Chapter 4287. Could it be that the old man looked like one of the 8 gods? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the giant ghost again, only to see the giant ghost floating there, staring at the shadows. It was stunned and very excited. However, the shadows, which had just been sent flying, were now rushing over with the speed of 100,000 worlds. Leave this place. Leave. Lin Ling knew that he could not fight against those shadows. The most important thing was to leave this place. He saw a huge claw reaching for the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost was still in a daze, as if it had seen its master. Giant ghost! Leave! Lin Ling shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, the giant ghost was still indifferent. Seeing that the giant ghost was about to be in danger, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Finally, a low voice sounded for the first time in the 9 prefectures void. 3rd stage. Leave. Boom. 7 different forces rushed into the sky. The 7 divine embryos collided violently, destroying the ancient trees in a radius of 10,000 miles. If one looked from afar, they could see 7 different colored lights illuminating the world. Swoosh. In the open space, a figure stood up like an ancient god. Almost at the same time, the shadow's claw appeared in front of the giant ghost. Shio. However, a hand quickly appeared on the giant ghost's neck. It grabbed it by the neck and disappeared. With a rumble, the claw swept across and cut open the ground. However, the giant ghost was already gone. Lin Ling. Leave. The giant ghost finally reacted. It turned its head in disbelief and saw a man holding its neck and flying forward with a cold expression. His speed had reached the terrifying speed of 150,000 worlds. Lin Ling, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Leave. The giant ghost's voice trembled. After all, this was the first time Lin Ling had used the 3rd stage innate talent fusion in the 9 prefectures void. Therefore, it was also the first time it had seen it. However, what shocked the giant ghost was that Lin Ling didn't change at all after the 3rd stage of talent fusion. There were no flames or lightning, and there were no tentacles behind him. However, the more ordinary Lin Ling was, the more terrifying he was. No, his clothes have turned gray. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but the giant ghost discovered that Lin Ling's blue robe had already turned gray. God, gray-robed Lin Ling? The giant ghost had a feeling that in the current 9 states, other than the people it did not know, only the 4 great gods could suppress Lin Ling. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Ling crazily rushed forward, the shadow behind him was also hot on his heels. Rumble. Lin Ling opened up a path in front and directly crashed into the huge ancient trees, creating a huge hole in the huge trees. Because the huge trees were too big, it was a waste of time to go around the huge trees. However, this time, just as Lin Ling broke through the giant tree, a cry sounded from the tree hole. Soon after, a huge claw swept towards him. Clang. Lin Ling was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh. The shadow was swept away by Lin Ling's sword. This sword also shocked the giant ghost because this was the most powerful Lin Ling it had seen since it met Lin Ling. After sweeping away the shadow, Lin Ling's expression was still cold because he sensed that the shadow was not injured at all. Moreover, there was more than one shadow that represented grief. If he was entangled, even Lin Ling would have a hard time. Without stopping, Lin Ling rushed towards the ancient forest as if he had traveled through time and space. This rush crossed mountains and ridges as if Quafu was chasing the sun. If this was the 9 provinces, with this speed, 2 hours would be enough to cover the entire north region. However, this ancient forest was still not the end. The time is getting shorter and shorter. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he also let out a low voice. What time? The giant ghost was still being held by Lin Ling by the neck like a little chick, but it also let out a suspicious voice. The time for the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. Lin Ling finally turned to look at the giant ghost and said word by word, "At most, I can last for 3 more incense sticks of time." Lin Ling clearly did not have complete control over the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. It consumed too much soul force. Moreover, if not for the fact that his soul force was stronger than when he was in the kingdom of eternity, he would have already lost the fusion state. 3 incense sticks of time. The giant ghost's expression also turned ugly. Bush, bush, bush. Time quietly passed. 3 incense sticks of time quietly approached. Lin Ling's figure began to change. His aura receded like a tide, causing the giant ghost to panic. Are we going to die here? Lin Ling was still flying, but he also felt that his strength was constantly draining. His 150,000 world speed continued to weaken. Instead, a large number of cries came from behind him. Those shadows were getting closer and closer. I thought that after my return, apart from the 4 gods, I would be invincible. Who knew that I would lose my life in an ancient forest? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said when he sensed the approaching shadows. Only now did he realize that he had been too confident in the past. Lin Ling there. Suddenly, the giant ghost pointed ahead and said. The originally flat ground began to turn into a cliff. Moreover, the rumbling sound of water gradually came, deafening. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn. His desire to live grew stronger and stronger. Where he looked, he could vaguely see a black waterfall. The mysterious black liquid smashed down from the sky. It was very majestic. However, Lin Ling's speed had become very slow. On the contrary, the shadows behind him were getting closer and closer. Jump into the waterfall and you still have a chance to live. Lin Ling, quick. Life and death were on the line, so the giant ghost's voice became more and more anxious. Quick. Lin Ling also roared. But at this time, 3 shadows came from behind, 3 claws sweeping out. Lin Ling. The giant ghost couldn't help but angrily shout, his voice full of worry. Step of wisdom. But at this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He released the last bit of his soul force. After using it, Lin Ling felt a splitting headache. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling could only feel 3 powerful attacks landing on his body, but they also sent him flying forward. Finally, he flew off the cliff and was submerged by the black waterfall. Rumble. In his ears, there was only a deafening sound. Then Lin Ling fell unconscious. In the crazy waves, the giant ghost held Lin Ling's clothes in its mouth, not letting Lin Ling sink to the bottom. Then they drifted with the waves. This waterfall was very, very high. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell into the water. Then he was pushed by the current and gradually reached the shore. Oh! After a long time on the shore, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the sound of rushing water. He couldn't help but look back. He saw himself lying on the shore, the pitch-black water flowing forward like a river yu-yu. I made it! Chapter 4288. We made it! Lin Ling lifted the giant ghost up and laughed heartily. Only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If he had been a second slower, he and the giant ghost would have died here. Right, what are those things? Why are they so strong? Lin Ling asked curiously. One of the wills of the 8 gods, the will of sorrow. However, it did not become a will, but a mournful thought. If it had become a will, it would have been one of the giant ghosts. The giant ghost looked up at the endless waterfall and said with a nostalgic look in its eyes. But these mournful wills are really strong. Is it because they have been in the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time? Lin Ling asked. The giant ghost nodded. It should be. The mournful wills can grow stronger with time and they have no consciousness. Therefore, they are stronger than me and the evil ghost. Lin Ling was secretly cautious. The 8 gods had 8 faces. Now that evil, and sorrow had appeared, who knew what they would encounter next? If they were all as strong as the mournful wills, Lin Ling had already planned to leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After all, he could only dodge their attacks with all his strength. He could not fight them at all. However, we seem to have rushed out of the ancient forest. The red central area is getting closer and closer. Lin Ling took out the map and checked it. He smiled and recovered. After a long time, when Lin Ling recovered, he checked his body and found that his soul force had improved. His cultivation had reached the limit of breaking through at any time. 9th level martial god realm. One more step and I will be at the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists. He brought the giant ghost with him and continued on his journey. Looking into the distance, this was no longer an ancient forest, but a barren hill. The ground was littered with boulders, which were as large as mountains, and filled with an ancient aura. Rumble. At this time, a mammoth as tall as the clouds was striding across the distance. Its size exceeded what Lin Ling had seen before. The divine elephant enslaved by the Ling nation in the divine world could not compare to this mammoth. Could these be collected by the 8 gods in the ancient times? Yes. Look at that ancient turtle, it is also huge. Ah, is that a turtle? I thought it was one of your islands. However, these enormous ancient divine beasts seem to be very peaceful and have no hostility. Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked as they passed one hill after another. They were getting closer and closer to the red area. But at that moment, rumbling sounds came from ahead. The entire sky lit up, and then it darkened. It was as if there was a great battle in the distance, and that battle was extremely intense. Someone? Lin Ling was taken aback, and guesses immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be someone from the spirit nation? Immediately, Lin Ling sneaked over as well. Then, he stood at the foot of a hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a vast grassland. A large number of people were gathered there, and an intense battle was taking place. Looking carefully, they seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was led by a woman, and they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, other than that woman, the others were all tall and slender, and their arms reached to their knees. It was very strange. Looking at the other camp, they were dressed in black armor, and their bodies were hidden in the armor. They were led by a young man. The people in these 2 camps had a common characteristic, and that was that their skin was very dark. What a strange person, he is not from the spirit nation. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Lin Ling, did you notice that the people leading the 2 camps have unfathomable power suppressed in their bodies? However, for some reason, that power seems to be sealed, so they cannot use it. The giant ghost beside him said. After being reminded by the giant ghost, Lin Ling also began to investigate. He found that the hidden jia qi in their bodies was indeed unfathomable, and they seemed to be experts of the deity realm. However, at least 60% of that power was sealed, so it was only the strength of the peak martial god realm. Fight! While Lin Ling was observing, the young man had already taken the initiative to attack. He held a huge ball in his hand. The ball was bound by chains and was 2 meters wide. It was huge, but it was extremely light in his hand. Boom! Like an iron ball, the huge ball smashed down, and the sky immediately darkened, then became bright again. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. That person's strength is not weak, he is even stronger than Xiao Air. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After all, if it was Xiao Air, Lin Ling could defeat him with a second fusion, but to defeat the person from before, it was a little difficult. Under the young man's attack, the people he brought also attacked. They rode on the huge black armored horses, making some unknown sounds, and rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the person they besieged was not weak either. His body was hazy with wind and rain, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. However, with a point of his finger, the wind and rain blew, making it difficult for the huge black armored horses to get close. What a familiar feeling, giant ghost. Don't you feel that the power that those people are using seems to have been seen somewhere before? Lin Ling stared at the huge black armored horses and frowned. I have the same feeling, and what they said seems to have heard it before. The giant ghost nodded. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other, and their eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wasn't that the sound of the underworld cavalry rushing out when Lin Ling opened the underworld world massacre order? Could it be that those were people from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were both shocked. So they are people from the underworld. No wonder that whoosh 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 is so familiar. The giant ghost nodded in realization. Why did the underworld also come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Could it be that there is something in the 8 gods' heavenly palace that they want? Lin Ling pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be for the 8 gods' record? The 8 gods' record recorded the new world will host body, and to the underworld, only this kind of treasure could attract them. What is the relationship between the world will and the underworld? Lin Ling really did not understand the purpose of the underworld, but his eyes stared at the person shrouded in wind and rain, and suddenly smiled. That is treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. He never thought that treasure god Nanwu Fengyu would appear here. Go help him. Immediately, Lin Ling did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, the sky was filled with wind and rain, sealing off a part of the world, looking very domineering. No matter how the black-armored horses rushed over, they could not get close to the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this person is so strong. Who is it? The young man attacked for a long time without success, and finally faced the mysterious person directly. Chapter 4289. Soul Sealer of the Underworld, you're useless. At this moment, the woman who had been watching from the side said disdainfully. Then, she signaled with her eyes, and the experts behind her attacked treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Rumble. Powerful nether energy came and drowned everything. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. However, after the dark clouds passed, the world ahead was still stormy. Within it, the old man's figure could be vaguely seen, and he was still unharmed. Nanwu, you're useless too. In my opinion, we should work together. Seeing this, the young man sneered. He didn't waste any more words. A token appeared in his hand, and he muttered something. Rumble. Behind him, an ancient bronze door appeared silently. Then, it slowly opened, and wisps of dense nether chi continuously gushed out. This time, you're still not dead. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. Almost at the same time, the underworld cavalry finally charged out of the huge bronze gate behind him. They were majestic and tall. If one were to look carefully, they would only be able to see that they were wearing black armor. There was no one to be seen. These nether riders were obviously real nether riders. Underworld Massacre Order, it seems like you're really from the underworld. Seeing this, an old voice finally sounded from the world of wind and rain. It seemed to have confirmed something. So what if you know? The young man didn't care about treasure god Nanwu Fengyu at all. He waved his hand, and countless nether riders charged into the world of wind and rain. In his opinion, once the Underworld Massacre Order was issued, the old man would definitely die. The Underworld Massacre Order was so terrifying that even the martial god of Duan lineage had to avoid it. It was indeed terrifying. However, he was facing treasure god Nanwu Fengyu, a real god. An extremely dignified cold snort was heard, and the world that was swaying in the wind and rain suddenly turned into a violent gale. Swoosh. The seemingly simple raindrops became as sharp as arrows under the fierce wind, and they were mixed with the power of the gods. When they landed on the bodies of the netherworld cavalry that were charging over, they destroyed everything as easily as breaking through dry weeds. Ding, ding. The black nether riders were all pierced and turned into dust. However, what was surprising was that these underworld cavalry seemed to be souls. After their armor was destroyed, they still couldn't see the person wearing the armor. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld cavalry that had charged out of the bronze gate had been completely annihilated. Looks like I've underestimated you. You must be a god. Seeing this, the young man did not reveal a panicked expression. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Because he was very clear that the underworld cavalry that rushed out of the bronze gate was different from the underworld cavalry that he brought out. The underworld cavalry that came out of the gate had a might that did not fear anything. World essence and divine energy could not harm them, only the divine steps could. In the current JoJo void, there were very few people who possessed the power of the steps of the gods, unless they were gods. Since you know, why aren't you running? In the sky, the wind and rain dissipated, revealing treasure god Nanwu Fengyu with his hands behind his back. Old man, if my power had not been sealed, you might not be my match. The young man sneered without any fear. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and shook it as he said, "Although you are very powerful, you can't kill me. The only one who can kill me is Lord Underworld God. Once I find a new body, my strength will be unsealed again. At that time, you will be able to kill me. When that time comes, you will know how powerful I am." "Is that so?" Treasure God Nanwolfen nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the other side and smiled. "There is a decent body over there. Why don't you try to seize it?" He was pointing at Lin Ling, who was charging over. Obviously, with his strength, he had already sensed Lin Ling's arrival and was surprised that Lin Ling, this brat, had come here. Hearing this, the young man looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin to size him up. "A decent body. You are a level 9 martial god and can contain a lot of my power. Moreover, you have a divine fetus and your level is not low. This body is not bad. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort." As he spoke, his entire body erupted with powerful realm essence, and nether chi surged out. "Brat, I want your body. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will fulfill them for you." In the young man's opinion, Lin Ling's body already belonged to him. The soul sealer of the underworld is quite lucky to have found a decent body as soon as he arrived. The woman in the distance said with jealousy. She knew that people from the underworld like them had to seize a human's body if they wanted to display their strength. The stronger the body, the more strength they could display. The underworld chi surged toward Lin Ling like a cloud, trying to occupy Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling smirked when he saw the young man's attack. To be honest, if the young man could unleash his full strength, Lin Ling would have no choice but to use the third stage innate talent fusion. Unfortunately, the young man could not use much strength at the moment. He estimated that he could only use 40% of his strength. "Already. Seize my body?" Lin Ling used the second stage innate talent fusion and lunged forward. It was as if they were going to fight head-on. His action undoubtedly shocked the woman in the distance. She wondered if Lin Ling had lost his mind. The young man was startled. Then he laughed wildly. "You must be tired of living. Instead of running away, you chose to fight me head-on." The dark cloud that he had transformed into quickly engulfed Lin Ling. However, just as he was about to devour Lin Ling's body, a sacred and ancient power suddenly suppressed him. It was like the power of a god, and it actually sealed all of his dark cloud. Steps of the gods. The young man was stunned. How could a random person have the steps of the gods? He, who was sealed by the steps of wisdom, lost the ability to resist. Although he was in the dense underworld cloud, a sword quickly slashed toward him and struck his body. Then, a figure was sent flying and smashed into the grassland like a cannonball. Boom! The entire prairie shook, and the experts of the underworld were all shocked. The woman in the distance was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. The underworld soul sealer, he was sent flying? And by a nameless human brat? This guy really doesn't give face. Only treasure god Nanwufenyu was not surprised. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Even he would need to use 60% of his strength to defeat Lin Ling. Rumble. Chapter 4290. Floating in the air, the young man spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he knew that someone who could send him flying in one move was not simple. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling was also surprised by his opponent's strength. He said calmly, "Trial taker, Lin Ling." "Yes." The young man and woman's expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time, "8 new gods of the current generation?" "Yes." This surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect himself to be so famous that even the experts of the underworld knew his name. "You're Lin Ling, the second trial taker under Lei Gong?" "Yes." The young man rubbed his face that was hit by Lin Ling's sword and said coldly, "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and said casually, "There's nothing to teach. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." The young man smiled and said, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but he knew that he couldn't use any power in his current body. "Wait until I find a good body, then I'll fight you again." The young man glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then he waved his hand and led everyone away. From the looks of it, he was still as unbridled as before. On the other side, the woman also left with her people. She said to Lin Ling, we've seen your strength. You're invincible in the martial god realm. I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the other new gods. Then, the two groups of people walked further and further away. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them because he noticed that Nan Wufenyu was also allowing them to leave. After a long time, when they disappeared, treasure god Nan Wufenyu walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. I didn't expect you to come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace and reach the 7th level. It's not easy. Last time, when Lin Ling went to witness the investiture of the martial gods, treasure god Nan Wufenyu left. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Ling would come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Grandpa treasure god, why did you let them go? Lin Ling asked curiously. They're not weak. If they're really close to death, they can explode with even more strength. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we just let them go. Nan Wufenyu treasure god's expression turned serious when he mentioned the two groups of people from before. Of course, the most important one is the underworld god. This expert is very mysterious, so it's best not to provoke him. By the way, Lin Ling, you're looking. Come with me to the 8th floor. I've already found the stone tablet for records on this floor. The 8th floor also has records like this. Nan Wufenyu treasure god immediately said. Okay. Lin Ling also planned to go to the 8th floor because Xie was there too. But the most important thing now was to get the 7th floor's record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling told treasure god Nan Wufenyu his idea. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu had been here before, so he nodded with a smile. The two flew through the sky and chatted as they walked. Grandpa treasure god, what do you think the underworld people are doing here? I think they're here for the world we'll host. But the strange thing is, why would the underworld god be interested in the world we'll host? Treasure god Nan Wufenyu rubbed his chin. He couldn't understand. However, Lin Ling glanced around because he knew that the will of the world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What was left in the 9 states was only the weakest part. The truly powerful part was in another void. Perhaps the gaze of the god of the underworld was the true will of the world. The funny thing was, the underworld god didn't know that the world will wasn't something he could control. Once it exploded, even the gods of the primordial era couldn't stop it. We're here. At this time, treasure god Nan Wufenyu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that there were ruins. There were mottled walls all around, and a cracked stone tablet sat on the ground. There were many complicated runes carved on it. That's it. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu pouted at the stone tablet. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 2 meters tall and was made of limestone. Because of the passage of time, many of the runes on it had fallen off. Lin Ling couldn't understand these runes, so he looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost floated over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. It looked at it and then secretly sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling listened quietly. His expression changed constantly, and finally his pupils shrank. Boom. Then Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this treasure god Nan Wufenyu was shocked. This host is very important. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Lin Ling turned and looked at treasure god Nan Wufenyu with a serious expression. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu was stunned, but immediately nodded. He couldn't understand the runes on the record of the 8 gods, so he could only guess. But in the end, it was only a rough guess. He knew that this host was related to lightning. Lin Ling, on the other hand, clearly knew better than him who the host was. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, his eyes flashing. Obviously, he was still shocked by the news. Treasure god Grandpa, has anyone else seen this stone tablet? Lin Ling suddenly asked. When I came here, I was alone. When I first arrived, I felt a mysterious aura. It was darkness, but it disappeared very quickly. I'm not sure if he saw this stone tablet. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu recalled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. The giant ghost also floated back. Only it could understand the record of the 8 gods, so it knew who the 5th world will was. Lin Ling, are you okay? Therefore he asked out of concern. I'm fine. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and gradually calmed down. He thought of Xiaoluan, the host sealed in the Dragon Valley, the host controlled by the 4 great gods that he had never seen before, and the great god of Spirit Nation. These were the 4 main hosts that he knew of so far. Plus the 5th one he knew. It seemed that the 10 hosts were about to surface. For some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that among the 10 hosts, one of them would change the entire era. The 10 hosts might even combine and become the strongest world will. The hosts of the world will are classified by color. Currently, other than the great god of Spirit Kingdom, I don't know what level the other hosts are, even Xiaoluan. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling stopped guessing. Chapter 4291. I'll help you when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Nanhua Fengyu was very grateful. Lin Ling wasn't weak now. With his help, he could get twice the result with half the effort. There are people outside. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Nanhua Fengyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient city wall in the distance. After his reminder, Lin Ling noticed something as well, and only now did he notice that an intense battle had unknowingly started outside the ruins. Moreover, Lin Ling recognized that group of people. They were the trial challengers. They obviously hadn't been here for long before they started fighting outside the ruins. The reason was that outside the ruins, an extremely mysterious saber was unearthed. Everyone was fighting over the saber. Enemies often cross paths. Nanhua Fengyu, after we're done here, I'll go to the 8th level with you. Lin Ling turned around and said to Nanhua Fengyu. Then he rushed out of the ruins. Now, outside the ruins, several figures were gathered there. They all exploded with powerful realm essence, tit for tat. They were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Xiao Er, another group was led by a mysterious woman, Nian Wei, and the last group was Little South's group. However, Little South's group was ignored. In the center, an object that looked like a saber and a sword sat on the ground. Its surface was mottled with rocks. It looked like a statue, but everyone could feel a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was emitting a force that couldn't be underestimated. It's mine. Everyone stared at the saber and sword. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. The one who made a move was a giant shadow. A giant shadow shot towards the statue and moved all the shadows around it. Then, a giant shadow's arm suddenly grabbed the saber's hilt and wanted to pull it out. Giant shadow, how dare you? Seeing this, many people cursed angrily. Now, they had almost forgotten about the record of the 8 gods. They only wanted to obtain that precious treasure. However, when the giant shadow wanted to pull out the saber didn't move at all. It was as if it was rooted in the ground. One had to know that the giant shadow's strength could easily destroy 10,000 realms. However, it couldn't move the saber at all. How strange! The people who were previously furious all stopped and looked over with furrowed brows. Long before they entered this place, they had already sensed the mysterious power emitted by the sword and blade. This power was very strange. It looked like world essence, yet it didn't seem like divine power, yet it didn't seem like it either. It was a power that exceeded their imagination. That was why they were eyeing this treasure covetously. Giant shadow, move aside. Let me try. Seeing that the treasured blade could not be pulled out, Xiao Er also flew over. His right arm shook and his sleeve turned into fine powder. A huge dragon claw appeared and suddenly grabbed the blade. Ha! He shouted angrily. Rumble! The earth began to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring. In the distance, the earth began to tumble like giant waves. However, everything around the treasured saber remained motionless. How is this possible? This time, Xiao Er was also shocked. What? Even with Xiao Er's strength, he can't pull out this blade. The other trial challengers were also shocked. Get lost. This blade already has an owner. How can trash like you obtain it? At this moment, an indifferent voice came from afar. Then, under everyone's gaze, 2 figures slowly walked over. The one behind was an old man. As for the one in front, it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, Everyone was dumbfounded. This was because they clearly remembered that Lin Ling was already drowned by the world mosquitoes. Why isn't he dead? The mysterious woman's expression turned ugly and there was a hint of unwillingness. This was because when she framed Lin Ling told her that she would regret it. At that time, she treated it as a joke. However, looking at it now, she was indeed regretting it. Luli Empress lied to me. Lin Ling was able to escape from the world mosquitoes. His strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Sigh. The woman quietly took a step back and was already planning to escape. However, under Lin Ling's cold gaze, she did not dare to act rashly. When they looked at Xiao Er again, they all narrowed their eyes. They could not understand how Lin Ling could still be alive. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance cast a shadow over the trial challengers' hearts. Big brother Lin Ling. Big brother. Lin Ling. Big brother. Little South and the others were obviously very happy as they ran towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw that Xingyi was fine, he also felt relieved. Then, he led the others towards the treasured blade. Get out of the way. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Big brother. As Lin Ling walked, he looked at Second Master Xiao with a disdainful gaze. That contemptuous voice undoubtedly made Second Master Xiao very angry. However, he had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling was very strong. Thus, he did not act out for the time being. Instead, he sneered and said, "You want this saber? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this saber cannot be pulled out. If you don't believe me, you can try." After he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao Er actually gave up the treasured blade? No, Xiao Er cannot pull out the treasured blade. Lin Ling cannot succeed either, so Xiao Er wants to embarrass Lin Ling as well. That saber is very extraordinary. Lin Ling should not be able to pull it out. The trial challengers were all stunned at first, but they quickly reacted. Now, they wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. As for Lin Ling, he stood in front of the treasured blade and indifferently stared at it. His soul force quietly spread out, but he discovered that there was a layer of mysterious strength around the treasured blade that blocked the invasion of his soul force. What a mysterious saber! Giant Ghost, do you have any impression of it? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask the giant ghost after his soul force failed to gain anything. The giant ghost also stared at the saber, but then shook his head and said, "From what I can remember, the 8 gods collected a lot of treasures. Because Master loves to gamble, he gambled with many gods. Sometimes he lost, and sometimes he won. Therefore, I'm not sure where this saber came from. Then I can only try using brute force. Perhaps only by breaking the surface of the soil will the treasured blade reveal its true form." A divine bone appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and then he looked at the treasured blade and heavily smashed it. Bang! The divine bone shattered. This first test also made Lin Ling more familiar with the treasured blade. It was harder than he imagined. Clang! The tyrannical song sword appeared. Lin Ling's talent fusion reached the second stage, and then he ruthlessly slashed down. Rumble! With the treasured blade as the center, 10,000 miles away, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying force rushed through the earth, as if it wanted to tear apart the 7th floor. And the strength of this force undoubtedly caused Xiao Er's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling's sword was clearly much stronger than his claw from before. This also meant that in the previous battle, Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Damn it! Xiao Er cursed in his heart. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that he, the son of the dragon god, couldn't compare to Lin Ling. One had to know that although Lin Ling had the dragon god's bloodline, it wasn't the most noble bloodline. Chapter 4292. Although Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his, at least Lin Ling did not succeed. The other challengers were worried that Lin Ling would snatch the saber, but they were relieved when they saw that the saber was still motionless. They smiled sarcastically. However, their smiles quickly froze. Crack, crack, crack. This was because, at this moment, the surface of the treasured saber that was wrapped in a layer of soil began to crack. What? This small change caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Lin Ling was also the only person who could make the treasured saber change so far. Xiao felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The only remaining sarcasm in his heart was gone. Lin Ling, you bastard. The giant figure's expression was ugly. Through the previous sword strike, he had guessed that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than him. He was a god who had been reincarnated, but he was not as good as a rising star. He was embarrassed. However, Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd thought. He continued to stare at the cracked saber. The saber had only cracked, but the soil had not peeled off. Lin Ling, one more strike and you might be able to open it. The giant ghost said expectantly. Lin Ling shook his head. It's no use. Even if I can break the soil, I can't pull the saber out. As he spoke, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He knew that his full-strength strike could only crack the soil. Therefore, even if he used the third stage talent fusion, he could only shatter the soil. If he couldn't pull the saber out, it would be useless. This also meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to the saber. Lin Ling, let me try. At this time, Xianxia suddenly walked over and said, which surprised Lin Ling, I think I can pull the saber out. Xianxia stared at the saber and said calmly, then you can try. Lin Ling saw that something was wrong with Xianxia, so he did not stop him. Xianxia stood in front of the saber and held the mottled hilt with one hand. He frowned as if he was trying to use all his strength to pull the saber out. Ha, Lin Ling, you let a piece of trash pull the saber out? Is he stupid or are you stupid? The giant figure could not help but laugh sarcastically when he saw that Lin Ling had given up on pulling the saber out and gave it to Xianxia. The other challengers also had sarcastic looks on their faces. If Lin Ling had pulled the saber out, there would have been some hope. However, if it was Xianxia was a piece of trash. Do you think Xianxia will pull out his feces and urine when he pulls out his blade? I think that's very likely. He might end up injuring himself after failing to draw his sword. Xianxia, on the other hand, is injured again and again. He's trash among trash. None of them gave Xianxia any face. However, before they could finish laughing, Lin Ling slashed his sword down. Whoever laughs again, don't blame my sword for not giving you face. Swoosh! The sword landed in front of their feet, giving them a fright. Then, their faces turned ashen. They wanted to retort, but they did not dare. After all, Lin Ling was the strongest challenger among them. After Lin Ling left the four gods, he was even more unscrupulous than them. He used cold words to threaten them. This kind of dominance was not only targeted at the other challengers, but also at Xiao and the giant figure. It made them feel like they had been humiliated. After all, with their backgrounds, they had always been the ones threatening others. However, due to Lin Ling's strength, the giant figure knew that unless he regained his strength, it would be better not to go against Lin Ling's will. Therefore, he said casually, okay, we won't laugh. We're just reminding Xianxia. Bang. Rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What's happening? Everyone was shocked, including Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had tested it before. No matter what kind of attack landed on the treasured sword, it would not shake. However, it was different now. Look, the sword is rising. Someone pointed at Xianxia, their jaws dropping to the ground. Because at this moment, Xianxia was holding the ancient blade with both hands and was slowly pulling it out. The cracked soil on the blade was like a bamboo shedding its skin and was falling off bit by bit. Clang. After the soil fell off, a blinding light shocked the entire 7th floor. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes. His soul power sensed a majestic force surging around him. This was the steps of God. The steps of God seemed to be the power of yin and yang. After it bloomed, it formed a great law that placed Lin Ling and the others in a mysterious world. Eastern Emperority, Enshire's sword. The aged voice also rose in everyone's hearts, causing many people to feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Enshire's sword. Lin Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Eastern Emperority. This sword belonged to Eastern Emperority. One had to know that Eastern Emperority was most famous for the Eastern Emperor Bell. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Yuanshi's sword. Right? Xianxia is the bloodline of Eastern Emperority. Is that the reason? A guess appeared in Lin Ling's mind. While he was guessing, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. In the end, Lin Ling opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. Cracks appeared on the ground, like a dry paddy field without water. Xingyi stood on the ground, holding the sword with one hand and caressing it with the other. He seemed to be examining the sword that he had just obtained. Seeing this, Lin Ling was happy for Xingyi. Now that Xingyi had obtained the treasured sword, Xingyi was no longer the trash that everyone said he was. Xingyi, you actually obtained that sword? The others reacted one after another, their eyes filled with jealousy. Xingyi, let me take a look at the sword. The giant figure walked towards Xingyi, saying that he wanted to take a look, but in reality he wanted to snatch the sword. In his opinion, a trash like Xingyi had no right to obtain the sword. Lin Ling saw this and sneered. He didn't make a move because he knew that the giant figure was going to be at a disadvantage. After all, he could sense that the Yuanshi's sword wasn't hiding the power of divinity, but the steps of divinity. Although the steps of divinity weren't as high level as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, it was offensive. On the other hand, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom had no offensive power. As expected, Xingyi ignored the giant figure and continued to examine the sword in his hand. Suddenly he raised the sword. A blinding light bloomed, and the steps of divinity filled the air. Ah, my eyes! The giant figure couldn't block it at all. It was as if his entire body was being corroded. After being illuminated by the light, his body began to melt. Chapter 4293. Bang! Xingyi held his saber at a slanted angle and walked towards the giant figure like a giant. The giant figure was blinded and could only sense Xingyi's approach. Then, a scorching hot saber landed on his neck. Don't kill me, Xingyi. Spare me, spare me. Spare me. The giant figure cried out anxiously. He could feel death approaching. For the sake of the four gods, I'll spare your worthless life. Xingyi said coldly. This was the first time he had released his domineering aura after failing to ascend to godhood. It had been 100 years since he had last used it. This made him very excited. He felt as if his suffering was over and the sweetness was about to come. Although he had yet to recover his strength, with this saber he had once again regained his position among the four great gods. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you for sparing my life. Thank you. The giant shadow cried out in relief. But at this time, a blinding beam of light shot out, passing through his eyes. Ah, my eyes! Xingyi said. Xingyi had blinded the giant figure's eyes with his saber. This blindness was permanent. I don't know if you're a real trial taker or a fake, but I'll spare your life for now. If I find out you're a fake, I'll kill you first. Scram. Scram. Xingyi said coldly. The giant figure did not dare to stay any longer. He rubbed his stinging eyes and fled. This move proved his strength. The trial takers trembled in fear. They no longer dared to treat Xingyi as a piece of trash. They could not take back the saber. They decided to retreat. They wanted to enter the ruins to search for the record of the 8 gods. Wait! Stop! Xingyi spoke again. He looked at a mysterious woman. The latter narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Xingyi, I don't think I've offended you. You attacked Lin Ling, so you'll die here. Xingyi held his sword and walked towards the woman. This is a matter between me and Lin Ling, don't tell me you want to interfere. Moreover, if you kill me, how are you going to answer to Eugene? Xingyi, oh Xingyi, you're such a fool. Lin Ling wants to kill me, but he wants you to do it. He obviously wants you to take the blame for him. The woman said coldly as she retreated. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Saint Yi shook his head. He knew that cultivators couldn't kill each other. Otherwise, they would be punished if they reported this to the gods. However, Lin Ling had almost died because of Nian Wire. Now that he had the strength, how could he not avenge Lin Ling? This was also his way of repaying Lin Ling's kindness. It was the only thing he could do now. However, when Nian Wire saw Xingyi shaking his head, she thought that Xingyi had thought things through. This way, she wouldn't have to face 2 experts at the same time. She would only have to face Lin Ling alone. However, at this moment, Xianxia also slashed with his saber. A nomological law appeared, splitting the sky of the 7th level into two. Nianwire's legs were immediately severed. She fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. Was Xianxia still going to attack her? If I kill you, perhaps Eugene will punish me. However, I'm willing. Xianxia walked towards Nianwire step by step, his face cold. I'm willing. This meant that he was willing to take the punishment for Lin Ling. His desire to kill Nianwire couldn't be shaken even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. Am I going to die? No, I can't die here. Nianwire's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Lin Ling's crisis to add insult to injury. She thought that she could kill Lin Ling and gain Luli Empress's favor. Who knew that she would be pushing herself to her death? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling's face was cold, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Don't kill me. Lin Ling, spare me. Nianwire screamed. At this moment, she was filled with even more regret. However, in this vast void of the 9 states, there were all kinds of miraculous pills and miraculous medicines. The only exception was that there was no medicine for regret. A blade light flashed, and a scar appeared on Nianwire's neck. She stared at Xianxia, then at Lin Ling, and finally fell to the ground. Another participant had fallen. Moreover, she had been killed by her own people. Xianxia, thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. This is what I should do. Perhaps it's the only thing I can do. Xianxia turned around, shook his head at Lin Ling, and smiled. He knew that Lin Ling could also kill Nianwire without restraint. Therefore, he had to kill Nianwire on behalf of Lin Ling before Lin Ling killed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to repay Lin Ling's kindness. After all, without Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the treasured saber today. On the other hand, the others shuddered when they saw Nianwire die. Xiao gritted his teeth tightly, and he was furious to the point of exploding. However, he didn't dare act rashly in the end. After all, Lin Ling had 2 experts on his side, whereas the enormous shadow had fled. They were utterly unable to go against Lin Ling. You guys can leave. I've destroyed the record of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said, You destroyed it? Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were here for the record of the 8 gods. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the only one who could complete the mission. Lin Ling, how greedy. Lin Ling, don't you think you should tell us everything about the record of the record? Someone was unwilling to leave empty-handed, so he suggested, Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only said one word, and it was an extremely domineering word. His meaning was obvious. If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you off, but you'll be sent to the netherworld. Let's go. After being humiliated by Lin Ling, everyone almost couldn't take it anymore. However, they knew that the situation was not in their favor, so they could only leave with hatred in their hearts. After everyone left, Little South and the others walked towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically and said, Little South, Nyogu, Xianxia, because the record of the 8 gods is of great importance, I can't tell you about it for the time being. I'm sorry. It's fine. We're just here to have fun. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Little South waved his hand casually. Xianxia and Nyogu also smiled and shook their heads. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to hide the record of the 8 gods, they all owed Lin Ling a favor. Therefore, they were willing to help Lin Ling. You guys should go back too. I'm going to the 8th floor. We'll talk about it when we get back. Lin Ling said again. Be careful. We'll continue to explore the 7th floor. After all, there are many places that we haven't explored yet. Perhaps there are many treasures. Xianxia replied. Then he left with Little South and the others. Chapter 4294. And the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. This was a place Lin Ling had explored when he was still weak. He never imagined that even though he had reached the martial god realm, he was barely qualified to enter the 8th floor. The 8 gods. What kind of god was he back then? The 2 of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at a wasteland. However, There was nothing in this vast wasteland. There were only blue flames burning on the ground and no living creatures could be seen. After waiting for half a day, a huge rectangular stone tablet appeared in front of them. This stone tablet floated in midair. It was about 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were complicated runes engraved on it, and a blue flame was burning the tablet. It was very mysterious. This is the path to the 8th floor. You must let the blue flame burn the entire tablet to open the path to the 8th floor. Nanhua Fengyu stopped in front of the ancient tablet and said, Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame, so he immediately sensed the mystery of the blue flame. He said in shock, "This flame is burning the tablet. I'm afraid it has a history of millions of years, but the tablet is still not burned. Even I can't tell the origin of this flame, but I'm sure it's an ancient flame. There's a trace of dragon aura in it. It seems to be the flame used by the Dragon King of the East Sea." Nanhua Fengyu said solemnly, "Looks like it's another treasure collected by the 8 gods. Now, Grandpa Treasure God, do you have a way to make the blue flame burn even more and open the path to the 8th floor?" Lin Ling looked at Nanhua Fengyu and said, "I'll try." Nanhua Fengyu nodded and walked forward. At this moment his powerful strength quietly erupted, letting Lin Ling see what a god's strength was. An incomparably terrifying realm essence enveloped the entire wasteland, shaking it up and down. The frequency was so fast that it almost left afterimages. Not far from Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu, Lin Ling felt as if the entire void was hugging him, making him feel small and insignificant. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu spread his legs and punched out with a simple punch. Crash! The wind and rain raged, and after the ferocious power surged out, Lin Ling felt as if the entire wasteland was spinning. Clang! Then, a deafening metallic sound rang out. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and the blue flames on it burned even more vigorously. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to light up as he quietly waited for the next change. However, Nanhua Fengyu withdrew his fist and slowly walked back while shaking his head. "There's still no way to open the path." What? Lin Ling was shocked. He stared at the stone tablet and saw that the blue flame was still burning. Moreover, the fire was obviously much stronger. However, that was all. There were no other signs. Actually, there is another way to enter the 8th floor, but it requires a key. That key is very difficult to obtain, so I chose this path. This is the only path I know that doesn't require a key, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to open. Walking to Lin Ling's side, Nanhua Fengyu immediately sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged, and both of them stared at the floating stone tablet. Looking from afar, one could only see an endless, empty wasteland. 2 figures sat there, staring at a stone tablet. The scene was very strange. Lin Ling and Nanhua Fengyu tried many methods, but they could only make the blue flame burn brighter, but they couldn't burn the tablet. Is there no other way? In the end, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Nanhua Fengyu was deep in thought, as if he was searching for a method in his memory. The wasteland seemed to be unable to feel the flow of time. It was very quiet here, and if one stayed here for a long time, one would feel lonely. Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, the giant ghost suddenly looked at Lin Ling. At this time, Nanhua Fengyu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up and he turned to Lin Ling. "Try it with your soul power," Nanhua Fengyu and the giant ghost said at the same time. Soul power? Yes, I haven't tried it before. Lin Ling also wanted to try it. After all, when he saw the blue flame blooming with energy, he thought that it was driven by realm essence, so he didn't think about soul power. Then Lin Ling walked up to the 5-meter-tall stone tablet, and his soul power spread out. Rumble. This time, the stone tablet suddenly shook. It worked. Nanhua Fengyu and the giant ghost's eyes narrowed, and they smiled. The blue flame on the side of the stone tablet suddenly jumped up, and then reached a meter high. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart immediately filled with anticipation, and he activated all of his soul power. His soul power enveloped the blue flame, and the blue flame crackled as if oil was poured into the flame, and it became more and more vigorous. However, this vigor was only the blue flame, and it didn't spread to the entire stone tablet. The blue flame was still in the same place, and there were no signs of it burning any further. Looks like it's still not enough. Lin Ling had a feeling that if he held on a little longer, he would succeed. Burn for me. Lin Ling pushed his soul power to the extreme, and it enveloped the blue flame. His eyes were red, and veins appeared on his face. Crackle. The blue flame was even more vigorous than before. Behind him, Nan Wufengyu clenched his fists, and his face was nervous. Lin Ling, do your best. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's soul power would reach such a limit, and it would probably reach 100,000 levels. Soul power had always been difficult to cultivate. Even he, Nan Wufengyu, only had a few thousand levels. Unless it was some reincarnated great god or a divine fetus that specialized in soul power, ordinary people rarely exceeded 20,000 levels. As far as he knew, even the strongest world boundary god of Miaoshen's true inheritance didn't exceed 50,000. As for Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling must have been tempering his soul power since he was young, and after so many years, he finally had such an effect. Crackle. The blue flames that were originally over a meter tall had now grown to over 3 meters tall. However, the stone tablet was indeed terrifying. Even with such a vigorous flame, it was still only able to burn a corner of it. Too tenacious. Looking at Lin Ling again, his soul power had been used up, and when he had a splitting headache, all of his soul power disappeared. Failed. He couldn't help but look at the stone tablet. However, at this moment he finally saw a crack on the surface of the stone tablet, and it was only a hair-sized crack. Compared to the beginning, the stone tablet had finally changed, but this hair-sized crack was obviously not enough for them to enter the 8th floor. Chapter 4295. However, the crack was only the size of a strand of hair. How could he enter? Was he going to crash into it? Lin Ling's mind was filled with thoughts. However, as he got closer to the tablet, he noticed that the crack was getting bigger and bigger until it was as big as an abyss. Lin Ling took a closer look and realized that it wasn't the crack that was getting bigger, it was him that was getting smaller. He and Nan Wufengyu both shrunk to the size of a speck of dust and shot into the crack. Is this Grandpa Treasure God's method? Lin Ling was shocked. The ability to change one's size was something only gods could do. After entering the crack, a blue ocean appeared in front of them. However, this was the blue of the sky and was different from an ordinary ocean. This blue seems to be the same as the blue fire from before. Lin Ling found that he was constantly returning to his original size. He then stared at the blue ocean around him. He was currently in the middle of the blue ocean. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu was right in front of him. His clothes were fluttering as he looked ahead with a serious expression. He suddenly said, "Lin Ling, go in that direction first. Quick, I'll come find you later." His voice was filled with anxiety, causing Lin Ling to immediately nod his head. Without further ado, he grabbed the giant ghost and began to run. At the same time, he looked back and saw that Treasure God Nan Wufengyu was still floating in the water with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Rumble. Suddenly, he punched out and a huge vortex gushed out from his fist. The entire blue ocean seemed to be turning upside down. If Lin Ling didn't leave first, he would have been affected. "Grandpa Treasure God, what are you doing?" Lin Ling was shocked. He looked carefully and found that there was a huge blue giant floating in front of Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. It was as grand as a mountain and maintained a punching posture as it clashed with Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's fist. The most frightening thing was that it was completely unscathed from Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's punch. "Fengyu realm." Treasure God Nan Wufengyu suddenly said solemnly. The rolling power of wind and rain descended from his body. It was the divine stairs. Crush. A vacuum zone appeared in the distant ocean. Following that, the seas and rivers were overturned. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He rushed further and further away, deeply afraid of being implicated. Only when he could no longer see Treasure God Nan Wufengyu did he slightly slow down. His eyes were full of worry, wondering how Grandpa Treasure God was doing. "Let's go." However, just as he turned his head, a figure arrived behind him. It was Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. Nanhua Fenyu's hair fluttered behind him like a war god. He arrived before Lin Ling in the blink of an eye and didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. He grabbed Lin Ling and charged forward. His speed reached 500,000 worlds. One had to know that Lin Ling's third-stage talent fusion was only 150,000 world speed. Rumble. While treasure god Nanhua Fenyu was madly rushing forward, a huge whirlpool was rapidly approaching. Its speed was not much slower than treasure god Nanhua Fenyu's. Lin Ling stared intently at the whirlpool. Only then did he realize that within the blue sea, a completely blue giant was rapidly charging over. Such a terrifying giant, it actually didn't die after clashing with Grandpa Treasure God. However, Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu's speed was not slow either. One side fled while the other chased. After an unknown amount of time, the sound from behind finally quieted down and gradually disappeared. It seemed to have completely given up. Seeing this, Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu finally slowed down and lightly exhaled. He smiled at Lin Ling. Finally got rid of that animal. Grandpa Treasure God, what is that thing? It's so powerful. Lin Ling curiously asked because this was the strongest blue giant he had ever seen. I've seen it once in the era of gods. There were a lot of them and they were very powerful. Moreover, these blue giants were born from the blue fire. Someone once called them the guards of the East Sea Dragon King. Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu slowed down and spoke to Lin Ling as he walked. Guards of the East Sea Dragon King? Lin Ling nodded. This East Sea Dragon King should be a god from the ancient era. However, it was indeed powerful. One guard was enough to make Grandpa Treasure God run away. If a few more appeared, then he and Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu would have to give up here. The 8th level was indeed terrifying. No wonder there were so few people in the 9 prefectures who could reach this level after so many years. If Lin Ling were to come alone, he would probably be destroyed by the force of the attack. There are islands in the blue sea. As long as we enter the islands, we will be safe. However, the islands are very hard to find. I hope we won't encounter those monsters before we find them. Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu sighed, knowing that there would be a lot of work ahead. Giant ghost, you come and try. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost nodded and floated forward with both hands open, sensing everything. This evil ghost? Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu already knew that there was a giant ghost next to Lin Ling. However, he saw that the giant ghost had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he didn't investigate. The giant ghost was sensing the existence of the evil ghost because if it could find the evil ghost, then it would be able to find the island and the spirit kingdom. Over here. A moment later, the giant ghost floated back and told Lin Ling, "This little thing is quite powerful." Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu said in surprise, but he only received a cold glare from the giant ghost. Outside of Lin Ling, the giant ghost had a ferocious expression towards everyone else. "Oh, you are still angry." Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu laughed and didn't care about the giant ghost's cold glare. Seeing this, Lin Ling bitterly smiled. If Treasure God Grandpa knew that the giant ghost was one of the 8 gods' wills, then Treasure God Grandpa wouldn't dare to talk to the giant ghost like this. The two followed the giant ghost and moved along the sea. Along the way, they encountered several blue giants, but Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu noticed them early on and avoided them. Lin Ling discovered that the 8th level was actually a world of water. There were also mountains and forests at the bottom of the water. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling, those blue giants from before had one of the 8 gods' wills. Sitting on Lin Ling's shoulder, the giant ghost suddenly said, "Wills?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed and looked suspiciously at the giant ghost. The giant ghost nodded. "I don't know if they are the East Sea Dragon King's guards, but I am sure that they have the wills of the 8 gods. Chapter 4296. After a while, a large shadow appeared in front of them. This shadow was wrapped in a huge bubble. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the existence of an island. So the islands here are in the sea. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he stopped at the same time. Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu slightly closed his eyes as if sensing something. He then said seriously, "There are several powerful auras on the island. If we don't act cautiously, I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we even enter the city. Is that great god of the spirit kingdom here? Lin Ling immediately asked. I can't sense him. That great god of the spirit kingdom is stronger than me. If he wanted to hide, I wouldn't be able to sense him. However, I can sense the aura of my enemy. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. He remembered that when treasure god Nan Wufenyu entrusted Xiaoyu to him, he also went to find his enemy. In the end, he returned with injuries. Now, he was going to find his enemy again. Could it be that his enemy was a great god of the spirit kingdom? All this time, Lin Ling had thought that treasure god Nan Wufenyu's enemy was one of the 4 gods. Actually, you've also seen him. Sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, treasure god Nan Wufenyu smiled. He clearly didn't want to tell anyone about this. However, Lin Ling was no longer an ordinary person. He was a god and also the successor of his close friend. Thus, he didn't hide anything. Gods like them rarely had feelings for people. They viewed all living things as ants. Unless the other party had strength that they recognized, they would recognize them and slowly treat them as friends and family. Because their lifespans were endless, they didn't like to see their loved ones and friends leave the world before them, and they had to bear that feeling of loneliness themselves. If that was the case, they would rather not know these people from the beginning, and it wouldn't bring about sadness and reluctance. And this was similar to what Lei Gong thought. He's called Minister Ning. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu said. It's him. Lin Ling naturally recognized this Lord Ning. When he went to save Senior Lu Chen and the others, it was this Lord Ning who let them go. This also meant that Lord Ning was also someone from the age of the gods. However, Lin Ling also sensed an extremely strange emotion from treasure god Nan Wufenyu's eyes. It was as if he hated Lord Ning, but for some reason, he also appreciated him. It seems that their fetters are not light. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He was thinking about how to enter the island. Lin Ling, the record of the 8 gods that you are looking for is also on the island. Therefore, we must enter the island. Now, let's think of a way to get in. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu put away his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He thought of the time when he snuck into the spirit nation. He could do the same thing again. Immediately, he spoke of his thoughts, making treasure god Nan Wufenyu nod. The two immediately hit it off. They quietly hid outside the island and waited for someone to come out. After all, they weren't sure if they would be discovered by the great gods of the spirit nation if they rushed into the bubble. This wait wasn't short. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally flew towards the edge of the island. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a number of people. There were more than 10 of them. Hurry up, throw these corpses out and we will return to the island immediately. Ling Er, what are you doing? You can't even do a small thing properly. What a waste. The group cursed as they walked. They cautiously approached the giant bubble. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the blue giant was. If they were careless and were caught, they would only end up dead. Fortunately, they didn't encounter the blue giant this time. Therefore, they successfully rushed out of the bubble. After they threw away the large number of corpses in their hands, they were about to rush back to the island. Everyone, sorry to trouble you. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. What? There's someone here? This old man undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. On the 8th level, other than the people of the spirit nation, there were no outsiders. This person is very strong. The other party's appearance clearly had ill intentions. Therefore, the group of people didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the island behind them. However, just as they turned around, a young man in a blue robe floated behind them. He was playing with a wisp of golden flame in his hand. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "We want to enter the island, so we can only trouble you. In your dreams." Being attacked from the front and back, this naturally made the group of people desperate. They couldn't wait to call for help from the strong people on the island. That young man is weak. Break through from him. One of the men in white robes shouted angrily, pointing at the young man in blue robes. After he finished speaking, he led the group towards Lin Ling. Good taste. At this moment, the young man in blue robes finally raised his head slowly and revealed a bright smile. Although I am weak, I am not someone you can win against. After he finished speaking, the golden flame in his hands spilled out and burned the blue ocean. What kind of flame is this? Everyone, charge out of the flame and report to the Lord. But why is this flame drilling into my dantian? The people who were being burned let out strange cries. In the end, they all looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Obviously, they were all assimilated by the golden flame. Lin Ling, beautifully done. Your human king's flame is really a sharp weapon to control people. Seeing this, the old man walked over with a smile and said at the same time, however, a fish has been caught in the net. After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. When he returned again, he was already carrying a man in white robes. The man's limbs were kicking wildly at this moment, but he couldn't resist the old man. Your strength is not bad. I actually missed it. But now, obediently be my subordinate. The young man in blue robes smiled and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand. Regardless of whether the man agreed or not, he forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The man struggled at first, but a wisp of flame quietly appeared in his eyes. His expression gradually became respectful as he bowed to the young man in blue robes and said, Greetings, Lord. By now, this group of people had been subdued by the young man. The young man was naturally Lin Ling. Tell me the secret language of your spirit kingdom. Also, who is the person with the highest status here? Lin Ling smiled. The men in white immediately told him the secret language of the spirit kingdom. The whole process surprised treasure god Nan Wufengyu. He never expected Lin Ling to be so familiar with it. Chapter 4297. Looks like I need to find someone with a higher status to get the information I need. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said, Something as important as the records of the 8 gods was naturally unknown to those with a lower status. Perhaps only those who had reached the level of dragon spirit would have the right to know. Grandpa Treasure God, let's enter the island. Lin Ling then looked at Nan Wufengyu and smiled. I came here for revenge, but now that you've messed things up, I feel that it's quite interesting. Come, let's enter the island. Nan Wufengyu laughed, feeling that he and Lin Ling had become 2 spies. At this moment, Lin Ling already knew how to enter the island, so he taught Nan Wufengyu. It turned out that passing through the bubble required a certain technique, and if the technique was wrong, they would immediately be discovered by the spirit kingdom. The group successfully entered the island, and Lin Ling discovered that there was a huge city on the island, emitting a brilliant white light. It was similar to Spirit Light City, but much grander. There was a huge city gate, and outside the gate stood many spirit kingdom guards in white robes. Looking at their strength, they all had innate godly fetuses. Innate godly fetuses as guards, this spirit kingdom was truly rich. However, Lin Ling already knew the secret language of the spirit kingdom, so it wasn't hard for him to enter the city. A moment later, he and Nan Wufengyu were standing on the street. Their gazes swept across the majestic city and found that it had everything. It was like a kingdom. Grandpa Treasure God, this city is quite old. Looks like the spirit kingdom has been in the 8th level for quite some time. Yeah, maybe they're deciphering the records of the 8 gods, or maybe they have something else to do here. As for what it is, we can only find out. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufengyu whispered to each other. They both knew that if they wanted to get more information, they had to find someone with a higher status. Get lost. At this time, on the street, dust spread, and a large number of spirit horses mixed with white light galloped from the distance. The city on the island was very grand, so most people rode on horses. Of course, only those with a high status had the right to ride a horse. As for Lin Ling, his eyes lit up as he stared at the person riding the horse. On the side, treasure god Nan Wufengyu seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's goal. His eyes narrowed as he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, we're here to be spies. Being so ostentatious doesn't seem too good, right? Hee, since he dares to ride a horse on the streets, his status should not be low. Perhaps I can learn something from him. Lin Ling said with a smile. Your way of doing things is really different from others. Hearing this, treasure god Nanwufengyu's smile became even more bitter. This was his first time being such a blatant spy. Scram. In front of the street, the spiritual horses were getting closer and closer. The leader was a young man wearing a white robe and a white cloak. He looked majestic. My lord, she's Wang Lin. Someone beside Lin Ling immediately reminded him. Lin Ling nodded and walked forward. There's someone who dares to stop me? At this moment, the young man on the spiritual horse was very surprised. Then he laughed sinisterly. Who cares? Kill him and throw him out of the island. The status of the spirit nation was also very strict. The weak did not have any status. The group of people that Lin Ling had assimilated earlier were thrown out of the island. Those were the weak people who had died in the spirit nation. Every time a certain time, someone would throw these bodies out of the island. Kill him. Damn it, people die every day. Why doesn't this idiot die? Behind the young man, the people sneered. Not only did they not slow down, but they also sped up. Lin Ling still walked forward indifferently. Suddenly, when the spiritual horses were more than 10 meters away, he finally threw out a punch. This punch did not use realm essence or divine power. It was just the strength of his physical body. Lin Ling was also afraid that his identity would be discovered. However, Lin Ling's physical body punch was not to be underestimated. The wind whistled. Before the spiritual horse under the young man could get close to Lin Ling, it was immediately smashed into meat paste by the wind from the punch. His entire body fell from the spiritual horse and glided along the ground, rushing toward Lin Ling. However, he was stepped on by Lin Ling, stopping his momentum. Looking at the spiritual horses behind the young man, they all raised their front hooves and neighed. Then, they all stopped galloping and did not dare to get closer. The entire street was shocked. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. The young man who was stepped on by Lin Ling also cursed, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I'm Wang Lin. Why aren't you fucking kneeling down?" Lin Ling looked down at him and sneered, "Sorry, I'm also Wang Lin." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the young man away. This kick also broke the young man's teeth. My lord! The people on the spiritual horse quickly jumped down and helped the young man up. The young man was furious. "You're courting death." As he spoke, blood kept spewing out of his teeth. "You're courting death, Wang Ling. Do you know who Lord Yuan's brother is? Have you lost your mind?" When the others saw the young man spitting out his teeth, they immediately spoke up for him in anger. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. He had long guessed that the young man was not relying on his identity as a Huang Ling since he dared to gallop on the street. After all, there were many Huang Ling in this huge ancient city. How would those people dare to be so arrogant? Indeed, the young man dared to be so arrogant because he was relying on his brother. Who's his brother? Lin Ling asked lazily. His brother is Long Ling. Are you afraid? He's 2 levels higher than you. Are you afraid? Kneel down immediately. Don't think that you're amazing just because your Huang Ling Long Ling can easily kill you. The young man clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he walked over step by step, causing the people behind the young man to sneer. They naturally would not let Lin Ling go. However, before killing Lin Ling, they wanted to humiliate him. However, Lin Ling was afraid? What a joke! Lin Ling walked to the front of those people and threw out a punch like a battering ram. He punched each of them more than 10 times, causing them to spit out blood and their sternum to break. This. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. He knew that Long Ling was Long Ling's brother, but he still dared to attack. Was he crazy? You dare to hit me? Don't you know that my brother is Long Ling? The young man did not expect Lin Ling to attack. He pointed at Lin Ling angrily and said. However, Lin Ling walked towards him step by step. Then, without waiting for him to attack, Lin Ling slapped him viciously. The man was sent flying and smashed into a large number of houses. Then, Lin Ling walked over again and found the young man in the ruins of the houses. Then he slapped him again. Chapter 4298. Just like that, Lin Ling brazenly beat up the young man on the street. In the end, the young man could only exhale and no longer breathe. Moreover, his mind was in a daze because he didn't understand why Lin Ling would beat him up. He didn't seem to have offended Lin Ling. "Where's your big brother? Tell him to come find me, or I'll throw you off the island," Lin Ling said indifferently as he lifted the young man. Everything he did was naturally to lure out the dragon spirit. He even wanted to steal the dragon spirit's identity and find out where the 8 god brush records were hidden in the spirit kingdom. Big pot, Jia is coming. The young man had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't speak clearly. However, Lin Ling still understood what the young man was saying. "Big brother, I'm coming." Therefore, Lin Ling also threw the young man on the ground and stepped on him. Then, he asked someone to bring a chair over and waited for the young man's brother on the street. "Who is this Wang Lin? She's crazy. I don't know, maybe he just came, but when the dragon spirit comes, he will definitely be in trouble." Yes, not to mention that Long Ling's status is higher than his. Even if Long Ling's status is the same as his, he is definitely not Long Ling's opponent. It seems like there will be new corpses outside the island. I'm afraid that even Huang Ling's subordinates will be killed. Around the streets, many people were discussing animatedly. They were so excited that they were already laughing loudly. They sat down in a nearby restaurant and waited for everything to happen. The people of Spirit Nation are about the same as the people of 9 states. But overall, they are slightly stronger than the people of 9 states. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu heard the voices around him and laughed mockingly. He slowly walked towards Lin Ling. At first, he was afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion and be noticed by the great gods of the Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the grandeur of this city. What happened on this street would obviously not alarm the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling waited quietly. Not long after, someone finally arrived on the street in front of him. It was a man in a white robe. He was very tall, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He also came alone, but his aura was very sharp. When he walked along the street, the people around him all made way for him. "So cold. Is he that dragon spirit?" Many people whispered to each other. After all, this city was too large. Not only were there many phoenix spirits, there were even quite a few dragon spirits. That was why they didn't recognize that man. "Brother." On the ground, the young man raised his head and fearfully shouted. "What a piece of trash." The man's long hair fluttered in the wind as he coldly glanced at his younger brother. The young man was so scared that he didn't dare to raise his head again. It could be seen that this dragon spirit was also very serious towards his younger brother. "Let my brother go." After a while, the man stood not far away from Lin Ling and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. He was also carefully examining Lin Ling's strength. However, he could only roughly tell that Lin Ling was a level 9 martial god. Since he was able to become a dragon spirit, he was already half a step into the deity realm. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine fetus that had reached the 5th grade. Therefore, he couldn't understand why such a weak person dared to provoke him. While he was observing Lin Ling was also observing him. This was because through this man, he could roughly understand the strength of the entire Spirit Nation. Overall, it was similar to what Lin Ling had imagined. It was also slightly stronger than the martial artists of the 9 continents. However, there were fewer people in the Spirit Nation, so it couldn't be compared to the 9 continents. That was all. "Sure, I'll let him go if you defeat me." Lin Ling stared at the sword at the man's waist and then said. He could tell that this man was a swordsman. "Defeat you? You have the guts to fight me with your strength. Forget it. If I win, I'll let you leave alive. However, all your subordinates will die." The dragon spirit nodded and placed his arm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stared sharply at Lin Ling like an eagle's eyes. He was looking for Lin Ling's weakness. He was a swordsman and was good at killing blows. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. The streets suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. The people stared at the dragon spirit who was standing upright like a pine tree and licked their lips. For some reason, They had a feeling that if the dragon spirit drew his sword, it would cause an earth-shattering change. Still not drawing your sword? You must be afraid. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly. The dragon spirit's eyes flashed when he heard that. He didn't understand why Lin Ling said that. After all, the dragon spirit was too calm in the face of a swordsman who was about to draw his sword. He even sensed that Lin Ling didn't put up any defense at all and seemed to intend to take his sword head-on. All of this was too strange. Although you're very powerful, I can tell that your mentality has changed. You have doubts and hesitations, so you haven't drawn your sword for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly, still sitting on the chair. A gust of wind blew across the street and blew the dragon spirit's long hair. His hand moved slightly and his sword swayed as if it was about to be drawn at any time. However, he still didn't draw his sword. That was because he had more and more doubts in his heart. He couldn't see through the man in front of him anymore. You are surprised why I want to fight you, right? After all, you and I have no enmity. Why would I, a little phoenix spirit, provoke you? In addition, facing your dragon spirit sword, I am still sitting there, quietly waiting for your sword to arrive. So, you are even more suspicious than before, although you are not suspicious. However, you're suspicious of me. You're afraid that you won't be able to win after you draw your sword, and I'll take control of the situation instead. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his tone was as calm as ever. The onlookers in the surroundings noticed that something wasn't right. Because Lin Ling was too calm. Wasn't he afraid of being killed if he just sat there like that? Your heart is getting more and more chaotic. But remember, truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Sometimes, everything you see might be an illusion. So, you have to calm down and don't place too much importance on victory or defeat. That way, you'll be able to bring out your true sword. Lin Ling spoke again, and it was as if he was instructing the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit still didn't speak, so no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ripples in his heart were growing larger and larger. He was a swordsman and he was proud. He wasn't like ordinary cultivators who preferred to decide the outcome of a battle with a single move. Moreover, he placed great importance on victory and defeat. Since he was young, he couldn't allow himself to lose. He didn't want to lose in anything. His desire to win was too strong, just like his sword that revealed its sharpness. Originally, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. However, Lin Ling was too mysterious, causing him to lack confidence. That was why he hadn't drawn his sword. Chapter 4299. Clang. Right at this time, Long Ling finally drew his sword. A dazzling light appeared, actually illuminating the entire street. Countless people felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if the world was frozen. 1,500 rays of divinity turned into a swift sword that slashed towards Lin Ling. Other than treasure god Nanhua Fengyu and Lin Ling, no one else could see through this sword. Treasure god Nanhua Fengyu revealed a smile. Lin Ling was the same. The two of them didn't move. The sharp sword also passed through Lin Ling's body. After a while, everyone recovered. They stared at the street and trembled nervously. However, after they glanced around, they realized that the street didn't change at all. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. The people around him were the same. They didn't suffer any injuries. This scene was too strange. They looked at the dragon spirit again. He resumed his posture of placing his hand on the sword hilt. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Ling. However, this time, there were obvious changes. However, at this time, a strand of hair by Lin Ling's ear finally fell down like snow and reached the ground. The previous sword only cut off a strand of Lin Ling's hair. The sword that suppressed 1,500 rays of divinity only cut off a strand of hair. This also showed how powerful the dragon spirit was. After all, such a powerful sword wasn't hard to cut through the sky. Your heart is indeed in a mess. It was just a probing sword. Are you afraid that after this sword you will lose? So you want to test my limits? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the dragon spirit's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to speak to know what he was thinking. The dragon spirit was too suspicious. He wanted to win beautifully. So before he had complete control, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. Because he didn't want to be controlled by others. To put it bluntly, this person was too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being pedantic. You've won with this strike. Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. Why? This was also the first time the dragon spirit had spoken. Because I didn't do anything when facing your previous attack, nor did I defend myself. I just wanted to see how powerful your sword was. However, because you were too suspicious, you missed an opportunity. Lin Ling said. What? Dragon spirit's pupils constricted. Previously, when Lin Ling was sitting there strangely, he thought that Lin Ling had everything under control and was just waiting for him to jump into the trap. Therefore, his previous sword strike was also a probing strike. But who knew that Lin Ling didn't do anything? I don't know if this person is too daring or too stupid. If that sword had been aimed at you, you would have died. Long Ling whispered. Sometimes, life and death can be decided in an instant. I don't think that I will die. In fact, the chances of me dying are very small. This is my intuition. Lin Ling shook his head and slowly stood up. Boundary essence surged from his body and the second stage talent fusion appeared. Although using the second stage talent fusion in Spirit Nation was easy to be discovered, it was still better than using the Luai's real body. After all, Spirit Nation definitely knew that Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame and the Luai's real body. However, they might not have seen the second stage talent fusion. After the talent fusion, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Long Ling. His sword struck out like lightning. Long Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His pupils constricted and he could only see the flash of the sword. However, the sword did not strike down. Instead, it landed in front of Long Ling's neck. An icy chill quietly blossomed. The most terrifying thing was that this chill contained the might of Vajra. This was the power of Bodhi. When everyone saw Lin Ling pointing his sword at Long Ling, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a fast speed! What a sharp sword! Who is this Huang Ling? Why is she so strong? The result today was clearly beyond their expectations. Long Ling's heart trembled. He could sense the terror of this sword. Huang Ling was so powerful? A swordsman should be decisive. Being indecisive is a taboo. You clearly had the chance to defeat me, but you missed it because of hesitation. From this perspective, you have lost. Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. Long Ling stood there quietly. He had the chance to defeat Lin Ling, but he missed it? By the time Lin Ling drew his sword, he was already powerless to flip the cards. A swordsman should be decisive. A shocking voice rose in Long Ling's heart. I've lost. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This mysterious Huang Ling was very powerful and mysterious. Who exactly was he? I want your identity as Long Ling. Lin Ling still pointed his sword at Long Ling. He did not hide his purpose and went straight to the point. This was also the reason why he let Long Ling draw his sword first. Long Ling was a proud swordsman. Such a person could be assimilated, but the process would not be easy. The latter would definitely not submit to him. On the street, Lin Ling could not force it. Therefore, the only way was to make Long Ling submit from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Lin Ling was also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew what a swordsman valued the most. It was their sword Dao. Long Ling's sword Dao was not perfect and had flaws. Therefore, Lin Ling also taught him sword Dao. Of course, Lin Ling was also gambling. If Long Ling was loyal to Ling Nation's great god, then Lin Ling would lose. Of course, Lin Ling also thought of a way out. If Long Ling was stubborn, then he would ask Nanhua Fenyu to take action and work together to assimilate Long Ling. Who are you? Long Ling looked at Lin Ling and said, Trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling's voice could only be heard by the two of them. Moreover, he did not hide anything. Long Ling's eyes trembled when he heard this. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's name was well known in the Spirit Nation. It was said that he was one of the 8 new gods under the 4 great gods. He was an extremely famous and powerful figure in the 9 states. Long Ling had heard of him for a long time. Today was his first time meeting him. Moreover, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to come to the island. After all, the Spirit Nation had always been eyeing Lin Ling covetously. I can't help but admire your courage. However, how can you be so sure that I will give you the identity of Long Ling? Long Ling said word by word. His heart was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he felt lucky to be able to meet such a legendary figure. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling was also a swordsman. I also admire your courage to say such words in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his seemingly calm words carried a domineering aura. Then, he said lightly, because you have lost. Although I have lost, I did not agree to any of your conditions. You are overthinking it. Long Ling sneered. It is also because you are a swordsman. However, Lin Ling quickly added. His words made Long Ling's heart tremble. His eyes continued to flicker. Chapter 4300. You've won. The dragon spirit looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spoke calmly. He was indeed a proud swordsman. After losing to a swordsman like Lin Ling, he was willing to accept his loss. After all, the previous sword competition was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of sword heart. However, the dragon spirit hesitated and did not believe in his sword. This violated the principle of the sword Dao. Moreover, he also knew why Lin Ling was so confident and dared to face his sword. It was because he was Lin Ling. Follow me. The dragon spirit then spoke to Lin Ling and strode forward. The crowd was confused when they saw this scene. However, they knew that the two of them were top experts. No one was qualified to ask what they wanted to do. Brother! The young man shouted as if he was worried about his brother. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He never expected that the mysterious phoenix spirit would defeat his brother. You go back first. The dragon spirit turned to look at the young man and suddenly smiled. The smile shocked the young man. His brother actually smiled? One had to know that his brother was obsessed with the sword Dao and did not care about the world. He cut off all friendship and everything with his sword. He had not smiled for 30,000 years. At this moment, the young man seemed to see the scene of him and his brother becoming stronger when they were young. I'll be back. The dragon spirit continued to move forward but left behind a sentence. Okay, I'll wait for my brother. The young man was extremely excited and his eyes were moist. He suddenly had a feeling that his brother's sword Dao seemed to have been sublimated and stepped into a new realm. Only such a brother was like the big brother who had protected him back then. Lin Ling noticed this and smiled. He did not know what the dragon spirit had comprehended, but he knew that the dragon spirit's realm was about to step into a new realm. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. The dragon spirit chased everyone away and then invited Lin Ling to sit down. Throughout the entire process, it was neither arrogant nor humble. It had the arrogance that a swordsman should have. Your sword is very arrogant, like a lonely peak. However, this sword has a flaw, and that is loneliness. Now, you seem to understand that the sword is all things. It can be a gust of wind, a grain of sand, or even a cloud in the sky. Lin Ling said casually after sitting down. That's right. I used to think that there was only the sword in the world, and nothing could move me. But now, I feel that everything is a sword, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. The dragon spirit said with a smile. He was originally gloomy, but his smile was quite clean. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, your sword Dao is different from many swordsmen. However, you have the heart of the sword and the principles of a swordsman. Because I am not a pure swordsman, but I am also a swordsman. Just like you said, all things are swords, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. Lin Ling picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup for the dragon spirit, and then said, although it was the first time he and the dragon spirit met, because of the similarity of their sword Dao, they had a feeling of regret that they had not met earlier. And this feeling was hard to explain. It was like an intuition. In fact, when Lin Ling first met the dragon spirit, he had this feeling. You should be here for the record of the 8 gods. After drinking a mouthful of wine, the dragon spirit laughed and Lin Ling nodded. The record of the 8 gods is in the core of the city, which is the Jiu Tong. At present, many experts are comprehending the record of the 8 gods, trying to find the next host of the world will. However, this record is more complicated than the one on the 7th floor, so over the years, the progress has been very slow. The dragon spirit continued. I wonder what experts there are in this city? Lin Ling asked. There are many experts, led by Lord Ning, the city lord of Yi-City, Han Xie, and other experts. At present, Han Xie is the only person who is most familiar with the record of the 8 gods. Moreover, other than Lord Ning, there is another god in the city, and his name is Emperor God Zhang. The great god of the spirit nation had a battle and was suppressed here. The great god of the spirit nation wanted this steel slayer god emperor to join the spirit nation. Emperor God Zhang? You know him? Yes. The dragon spirit was indeed worthy of his high status. He knew a lot of information which benefited Lin Ling a lot. What surprised him was that Emperor God Zhang was also here. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Emperor God Zhang was one of the few gods that Lin Ling knew. Back then, in the Starry Sky Forest, one of the 7 great forbidden grounds in the 9 regions, Lin Ling saw him awaken with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was in conflict with the Duan clan, and it was Emperor God Zhang who helped him out. Later, Emperor God Zhang came to find Lin Ling and told Lin Ling how powerful the scabbard on Lin Ling's back was. Now that Emperor God Zhang was trapped, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing. Does the spirit nation know about the record of the 8 gods on the 7th level? Then Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and it's not a secret in the spirit nation. That host is one of the 4 great gods, right? The dragon spirit nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. He thought that this secret was only known to him, but now it seemed that many people knew about it. All right, is there anyone from the 9 regions void in your spirit nation? Lin Ling asked again. Over the years, our spirit nation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In fact, we have been attacking the strongest experts in the 9 regions. There are many of our people among you challengers. Moreover, in the spirit nation, there was a lord who said that you are also from the spirit nation. As the dragon spirit spoke, it looked at Lin Ling seriously. I am not from the spirit nation, nor am I from the 4 great gods. I am a man who fights for his family. Lin Ling smiled. Naturally, he knew why the dragon spirit said this. That was because Lord Ning had left a power of the spirit nation in his body, so it thought that Lin Ling was still under the control of the spirit nation. Wait, I will tell you the secret message of the dragon spirit's identity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the dragon spirit smiled and was even more curious about this legendary man. Lin Ling was extremely famous in the 9 regions void, no, even in the spirit nation. He was the idol of many experts of the younger generation and was also an indomitable hero. However, not many people had seen Lin Ling. He, Feng, had heard of him for a long time. Lin Ling had said that he was not from the 4 great gods, but a man who fought for his family. This made him understand that Lin Ling was also a responsible man. If you tell me your identity, what if the spirit nation finds out? Lin Ling also regarded the dragon spirit as a friend, so he asked worriedly. Chapter 4301. After he finished speaking, he imparted everything he knew to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know you're here for the record of the 8 gods. However, be careful. There are many experts gathered on this island. One wrong move could affect the whole group. The dragon spirit stood up and said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded and watched the dragon spirit leave. Then, he drank his wine. If he wanted the record of the 8 gods, he would have to enter the spirit nation's lair. At that time, he would have to face countless experts. Moreover, he had to help Emperor God Zhang. This is more troublesome than I thought. At this time, Nan Wufenyu walked in and sat down. He drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Yes, the main thing is Emperor God Zhang. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult to get the record of the 8 gods. However, it wouldn't be easy to save Emperor God Zhang. You should save him. If it's just one thing, we can solve it and leave. Unfortunately, if it's two things, the spirit nation will be in turmoil. All the experts will come out and target us. Nan Wufengyu sighed. Although he didn't know Emperor God Zhang Gang, he heard that this expert was personally dealt with by the great god of the spirit nation. This showed the opponent's strength. Grandpa Treasure God, can you suppress Lord Ning? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Nan Wufengyu and asked. Yes. Nan Wufengyu nodded immediately. Good, Grandpa Treasure God will be in charge of restraining Lord Ning. I'll save him. Lin Ling stood up. Among the experts of the spirit kingdom that he knew, the only one he was wary of was Lord Ning. With Treasure God Nan Wufengyu restraining him, Lin Ling was confident that he could fight against the others even if they were strong. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Nan Wufengyu also stood up. He knew that the spy mission was over. Soon, there would be a storm in the spirit nation. Because he and Lin Ling, these two experts, would turn this place upside down. Giant Ghost, it's time to settle the grudge between you and Evil Ghost. Lin Ling turned to the Giant Ghost and said, Yes, it's time to settle it. The Giant Ghost also floated up. A hint of battle intent appeared in its fierce eyes. Lin Ling, I reckon that there might be something the evil spirits want in the notes of the 8 gods on this level. That's why Xianxia hasn't announced who the next host is. He wants to use the time to obtain the item in the notes of the 8 gods. The Giant Ghost looked at Lin. I'll leave it to you, Xianxia. Leave. Han. Lin Ling strode out of the inn. He knew that there was no time to lose. It was time to make his move. This was a special feature of the island. There were countless roads that extended in all directions. It was like a giant maze. These alleys were so big that one couldn't see the end of them. It was like a kingdom. In these alleys, there were people going in and out. They were all wearing white robes. They were like groups of guards. From time to time, they would make complicated seals. When a mysterious light appeared in front of them, they would continue to move forward. Obviously, even these people who walked in the alleys all year round would get lost if they didn't have the corresponding method. They couldn't fly through the sky, so they could only follow the alleys. Feng told me before that the record of the 8 gods is at the center of these alleys. At this moment, in a corner of the street, Lin Ling and the others stood in front of a road that led to the alleys. They frowned as they looked ahead. The layout of these alleys is like an ancient array. It's constantly changing. We have to be careful not to get lost. Nan Wufengyu nodded. My soul force is blocked. This array is really powerful. It seems like we can only use the corresponding method to enter. After Lin Ling checked a bit, he led the group into the alleys. Then, according to his memory, he made a complicated seal. The path in front of them became clear. Where this path led to, whether it was a dead end or not, all of this appeared before Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if the dragon spirit didn't tell Lin Ling the method to enter, they would have been trapped here. This way. Then, Lin Ling took the lead and moved forward. The journey was smooth, and they finally passed through the previous alley. However, there was another entrance to the alley. This was because the 9 alleys were like a huge spider web in the middle of the island, and there were a total of 999 entrances. At this moment, another group walked in. They were all wearing white cloaks and were even more mysterious. They expressionlessly walked to the left and gradually disappeared into the alleys. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Nan Wufengyu couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Ling's solemn expression. It's her. Lin Ling stared ahead with a complicated expression. When he saw Nan Wufengyu's puzzled expression, he said word by word, because I'm very familiar with a certain cultivation method that she cultivates. So, I'm sure that she's Luli Empress. Luli Empress. Nan Wufengyu was shocked. Could it be that she's already a member of the Spirit Kingdom? But why? Luli Empress's status in Eugene was not low. She was highly valued by Eugene. With her status and strength, there was no need for her to join the Spirit Kingdom. Because of me. Lin Ling clearly guessed something and solemnly said, because she wants to defeat me and Eugene can't help her with this. So, she joined the Spirit Kingdom and made a deal with them in exchange for more power. I see. It seems that the dragon spirit was right. Many of the 4 great gods have secretly joined the spirit nation. Nan Wufenyu exclaimed, shocked by the methods of the great gods. Right now, there are many who have secretly joined the spirit kingdom, but they are still hiding. Right now, the 9 continents is filled with vicissitudes. Lin Ling also sighed. He wanted to stop the world's will from destroying the world, but this was clearly very difficult, extremely difficult. Let's go. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing right now was to find the 8 gods' diary and the Steel Slayer Emperor. He led Nan Wufenyu forward through the alleys, turning left and right. After an unknown amount of time, the walls in front of them quietly changed color with a gentle white light. We've reached the core. The map left behind by the dragon spirit appeared in Lin Ling's mind, so his battle intent quietly boiled. Lin Ling, you go. If there are experts coming, I'll stop them for you. Nan Wufenyu said to Lin Ling, his body also emitting battle intent. Grandpa Treasure God, be careful. If the Steel Slayer Emperor is rescued, remember to bring him away. If I don't come out, then don't worry about me. Lin Ling said, then left through the alleys. Chapter 4302. Looking at Lin Ling, who was walking along the ancient wall that was emitting white light, he knew in his heart that the map that Maple had left him had reached the limit, because Maple had not gone through the rest of the road. Putting on a white cloak, Lin Ling's pace did not stop. Who is it? Just as he turned the corner, 3 people wearing white cloaks suddenly walked out from the wall. They looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and said in a low voice, "Who is approaching the Cool Wood Palace?" So this core was called the Cool Wood Palace. However, Lin Ling did not speak, and looked at them indifferently. Kill! Kill! The 3 people spat out killing intent, and like a gust of wind, they flew towards Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang! However, Lin Ling still stood in place, and stretched out his palms, and then clapped them left and right, and then blocked above his head. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people's joint attack was blocked, and one of the old hands was caught by Lin Ling. This person was the last to attack, but Lin Ling also blocked his attack. Moreover, his palm was caught by Lin Ling, and he felt a terrible power surging towards him, as if it was going to burst his palm. But Lan Langjun. Kill! At this time, white light flowed out of the light wall, and this white light seemed to rush out of the water, and then turned into a white divine dog half the height of a person, and then quietly turned into a human. This person was also wearing a white robe and a cloak, and was very mysterious. Yes. Kill. Lin Ling also replied indifferently. Although he did not know who this Lan Langjun was, he wanted to sneak into the Cool Wood Palace, so he had to randomly identify him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really slow. Could it be that a beautiful woman came to the island and made you forget to go back? Kill. Hearing Lin Ling's words, that person suddenly laughed, but also cautiously said, your dragon spirit's secret language? Kill. Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly cursed, because every dragon spirit's secret code was different. If this person was very familiar with that idiot called Lan Langjun, then he would definitely know that he was a fake. But now that things had come to this, Lin Ling had no choice but to bite the bullet. He used his realm essence to carve out complicated runes in front of him. Fortunately, the person in front of him could only recognize the dragon spirit's secret language. He couldn't recognize Lan Langjun's dragon spirit's secret language. Therefore, he didn't suspect Lin Ling. Instead, he was much more polite to Lin Ling. Let's go, Inagami has been waiting for us for a long time. After which, he took the lead and walked forward. The others cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling before following after him. Thank goodness. Behind them, Lin Ling secretly nodded. Although he also knew that if he wanted to obtain the 8 gods' notes, it would be unavoidable for a big battle to happen, but it was obviously better for this kind of big battle to happen after obtaining the notes. Following these people, they arrived in front of a light wall. The person transformed by the white dog suddenly spat out the spirit nation's language. After those runes formed by realm essence smashed into the light wall, the light on the light wall immediately receded like a tide. Next, the 4 people strode forward. Cool Wood Palace, this is my first time here. If not for Brother Inagami leading the way, we wouldn't know how to get in. Brother Inagami has been to the palace several times, and he is second to none among the dragon spirits. The three people following behind seem to be very excited. After all, without the permission of the people in the Cool Wood Palace, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter, even dragon spirits couldn't. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling nodded slightly and expressionlessly entered the light wall. The interior of the light wall was no longer filled with alleys. Instead, it was more like a huge garden with divine trees everywhere. Lin Ling even saw a few indigo spirit flowers planted in the flower bed. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the color was somewhat different. It seemed to be the ordinary type of indigo spirit flowers. But thinking about it, they were also very precious, as they could greatly improve a martial artist's talent. That is a copper-rich fruit. And that is a luo wang tree. I didn't expect this garden to be a treasure trove. Lin Ling's eyes under the cloak were looking around, and his heart was also shocked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the divine flowers and divine fruits in this garden were rare existences in the 9 continents. If not for Lin Ling having his own purpose, he really wanted to rob this place clean. Following the 3 people all the way, Lin Ling also noticed that the direction had changed, because according to his estimation, the 8 gods' records were at the core, but these 3 people were walking to the side, obviously to see the dog god. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to separate from these people. A golden flame floated out, falling on the last 2 people, and instantly burned them. "You Lan Langjun, what are you doing?" This sudden change was also noticed by the 2 people in front, and they both turned around, their faces full of shock. The person who led Lin Ling in at this moment took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face, and angrily shouted, "Lan Langjun, I already knew that you wanted to betray the dog god, so it is true. Don't tell me you want to worship the newly promoted holy spirits. Have you forgotten how well the dog god treated you? Really? Lan Langjun, you are ungrateful." The other person also scolded. Lin Ling was speechless. Until now, these people still did not know that he was an imposter. However, he already had the intention to kill, so let these 2 people die knowing. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to hide his aura from these people. Unless he took off his cloak, these people would not be able to recognize him. "I am not Lan Langjun." After taking off his cloak, Lin Ling said coldly, "I know, you have changed. You are not the Lan Langjun of the past. You changed too quickly." However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the 2 people still thought that Lin Ling was Lan Langjun, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. Crackle. One must know that before he went to Eternal Kingdom, he could already defeat a dragon spirit expert, let alone now. The person who was being ravaged by the lightning let out a painful cry, and was finally ravaged into powder. "Lei, you are not Lan Langjun." The last person finally reacted. "When did I say that I was? However, you seem to know a lot of things. Become my citizen." Lin Ling sneered, controlling the human king's flame to drown this person, but this person's strength was amazing. He actually turned into a white divine dog, as if sinking into water, slowly disappearing into the ground. "Wanna leave?" Seeing that the other party was able to rush out of the control of the human king's flame, Lin Ling also cut the weeds by the roots. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Puchi. Under the ground, blood spurted out, and Lin Ling sensed that this person's life force had dissipated. Chapter 4303. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Gradually, a huge square entrance appeared in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the entrance, it seemed to lead to the underground. However, Lin Ling estimated that he was now close to the center of the island. Therefore, it was very likely that the record of the 8 gods was in the underground palace. Without further ado, Lin Ling immediately moved forward. However, at this moment, a hissing sound was heard, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a blue snake as thick as an arm hanging above the entrance of the underground palace. It looked at Lin Ling and flicked its tongue. Its eyes seemed to have a spirit. Swoosh. The next moment, the blue snake shot over. Its speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 100,000 worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. However, since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had already fought countless battles. Therefore, he subconsciously raised his sword to block the attack. Then, a crisp sound was heard, and a powerful force pushed Lin Ling back. The grass on the ground splashed in all directions like arrows. This beast is so powerful. Wow! Lin Ling was shocked. He could feel that the blue snake, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, had a physical strength of 300,000 worlds. Could it be that this was an archaic species? Moreover, the blue snake was also a spirit. After its first attack failed, it took a detour to attack. Like an arrow, it flew past the tyrannical song sword and shot toward Lin Ling from the side. Luai's real body. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Ling grew a pair of wings on his back, and the power of lightning bloomed all over his body. Crackle! When the blue snake approached Lin Ling, it was immediately ravaged by the white lightning. Its whole body twitched and its speed slowed down. However, the snake was also powerful. It was not killed by the lightning. After retreating, it disappeared in the garden. Lin Ling knew that the blue snake hadn't left yet. It was looking for a fatal blow, so Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time with it. Everything was set on finding the record of the 8 gods. Immediately, he flew towards the entrance of the underground palace. When the blue snake saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, it immediately revealed itself and pounced towards Lin Ling. In midair, the snake's body, which was originally as thick as an arm, suddenly changed. The snake's head actually became more than 10 meters wide and bit towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Bodhi Vajra! Lin Ling roared angrily. A green light appeared on his left hand. Vajra descends. Rumble! A palm hit the huge snake's head, forming a terrible storm of power. The entire Coldwood Palace seemed to be shaken. The huge blue snake was also sent flying by Lin Ling's fierce palm. Looking at Lin Ling, he used the momentum to rush into the entrance of the underground palace. After arriving, Lin Ling didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. He estimated that the previous turmoil had attracted the attention of some people. Pay attention. Damn snake. If I wasn't pressed for time, I would have cut you in half with my sword. Thinking of the blue snake from before, Lin Ling secretly cursed. The passages in the underground palace also extended in all directions, but they weren't as chaotic as the alleys, so they couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Moreover, the passages and corridors also had many barriers and mysterious monitoring methods, but they were still ineffective against Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be called a god. Naturally, it was easy for him to crack other people's divine abilities. What happened? Instead, there was a voice in front of him, followed by a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, several experts appeared in front of Lin Ling. Liang Palace, what happened? When these people saw Lin Ling, they immediately frowned and asked. Their strength was at the peak of the martial god realm, and they had divine fetuses below the 5th grade. Someone has invaded Liang Palace. My lords, please go and take a look. Yes. Lin Ling said without hesitation. Let's go and take a look. Yes. These people didn't think much. They passed by Lin Ling and immediately rushed into the distance. Crackle. However, just as they passed by Lin Ling, a violent thunderbolt wreaked havoc in the entire corridor. Bang, bang, bang. The people from before also fell down one by one, killed by the thunderbolt. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He continued to move forward because he knew that after the battle, these people would definitely come to stop him. So, he killed as many as he could. The same thing happened again. Without a doubt, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling gradually reached the core of the underground palace. A huge hall began to appear in front of him. The hall was filled with white light, and it gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Lin Ling, I sense the evil spirit. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost, who had been silent all this time, said anxiously, also, he has sensed me. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anything. The records of the 8 gods have arrived. Lightning and fire appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. He sped up and shot toward the hall in the distance. At that moment, the grand hall was filled with people. They were all looking at an ancient stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many complex inscriptions carved on it. There were also a few people scattered around the stone tablet. Mysterious inscriptions floated in front of them as if they were comprehending something. Ancient divine language floated out of their mouths. It was obvious that they were comprehending the records of the 8 gods. There was a rumble just now. It seems that something has happened in the Liang Palace. Someone suddenly said. His words caused the grand hall to become inexplicably silent. Also, the people I sent to investigate have all disappeared. It's very strange. I'm afraid that someone has broken into the underground palace. Someone else said. The people we sent should be dead. The person who broke in is very powerful. There are so many gods on the island, but he managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. He must have a powerful background. A cold voice rang out. It was a tall woman, and her words seemed to have absolute authority, causing many people to look at her with a hint of reverence. This was because she was the Spirit Nation's new divine spirit, Luli Empress. No need to guess. I know who he is. Luli Empress had just finished speaking when a man whose entire body was transparent, even his hair was transparent, laughed coldly. He suddenly looked at the surrounding entrances and said slowly, Trial taker Lin Ling is here. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire grand hall seemed to explode. This was because everyone in the Spirit Nation knew of this legendary figure. It was said that this person was one of the 8 new gods. Even the great gods of the Spirit Nation knew of this name. Therefore, they would never have thought that this legendary hero would actually come to the island and barge into this place. As expected of the representative of the 9 states, Lin Ling, an old man said with admiration. He recalled how Lin Ling had interrupted the revival of the great gods in the Spirit Nation in the Spirit Light City. He knew that this was one of the 4 great gods. Lin Ling. Luli Empress's eyes trembled. She was shocked by Lin Ling's terrifying strength. Chapter 4304. The man held a huge sword in his hand, and an evil spirit floated on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with evil charm as he looked at everyone. Under his gaze, as long as one was weak, they lowered their heads. Their hearts were like thunder, roaring unceasingly. They all guessed that this person should be Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name was too sharp. For many people, they had heard of him for a long time, and today, they finally met him in person. Moreover, they did not expect Lin Ling to arrive at the main hall so quickly. Long time no see, Xianxia. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a symbolic blue and white robe. New God Lin Ling. In the crowd, Xianxia already knew that Lin Ling had arrived, so he stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile. His eyes were bloodthirsty. At the same time, Luli Empress also looked at Lin Ling compared to Xia's evil smile. Her face was full of shock. Luli Empress, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Lin Ling also looked at Luli Empress, and the killing intent and battle intent in his eyes were boiling. It was because he had 2 enemies here. Indeed, I didn't expect it. After all, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Moreover, even if you can enter, finding this island in the sea is like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone reaching the underground palace. Luli Empress said with a smile, Of course, if it was someone else, I would definitely think that it was a dream. But for you, Li Xiaoyao, anything is possible. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, her body exploded with boundary energy, and the entire underground palace shook. It was time for her and Lin Ling's grudge to end. Lin Ling, give me your life. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Luli Empress had already made her move. She turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quickly shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, a claw appeared, showing off its sharpness. Luli Empress. Thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling. The 8 wings made him look like a thunder god. With a slight movement, he disappeared from the spot. With a sword in hand, it was as if he owned the world. The 2 seemed far away, but in the blink of an eye, they clashed. Rumble. At the center of the large hall, two figures were anxiously fighting. Their bodies were surrounded by a sea urchin-like ripple of world essence. It was extremely terrifying. Crash. Large amounts of rubble rained down from the roof of the main hall. However, the main hall was filled with a white light and was incomparably sturdy. After all, this place was protected by the records of the 8 gods. Naturally, the defense was incomparably strong. It was personally set up by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Seeing the two of them clashing, the gods of the spirit nation looked extremely serious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Luli Empress's speed was incomparably fast, as if darkness had invaded. Her claws were shining with the light of a black lotus, and she kept suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was retreating. However, as he waved his sword, it was as if the wind and rain could not penetrate it. Therefore, although he seemed to be retreating, he was actually safe and sound. Li Xiaoyao die. Suddenly, Luli Empress appeared behind Lin Ling, and a claw viciously swiped at Lin Ling. The claw was like a blooming black lotus, very mysterious. Looking closely, there were two Luli Empress, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Lin Ling. Not only was the claw fast, but the divine energy was also incomparably ferocious. It was the black divine energy, as if it was the first darkness in the world. Bang! Lin Ling did not have time to react. His back was immediately hit by the claw, which made him feel as if he had been attacked by lightning. However, before this feeling faded, another claw came from his chest. With a bang, Lin Ling's body began to fly backward. Li Xiaoyao, the fetters of our previous life, and the grudges of this life, should be settled. As Lin Ling was flying backward, suddenly, a huge palm came from above Lin Ling's head. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment of collision, his white lightning on the sword spewed out in all directions. However, just as the huge palm collided with the sky, another claw came from behind and hit Lin Ling again, causing blood to flow from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Li Xiaoyao, there is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you barged in. At the same time, 3 shadows of Luli Empress appeared and surrounded Lin Ling. These shadows had the strength of the peak of the martial god realm and were incomparably terrifying. This Holy Spirit is so strong. Seeing Luli Empress storm-like attacks, everyone was scared pale. They finally understood why the Spirit Nation valued Luli Empress so much. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling was blasted backward and smashed into the wall in the distance, causing the white light on the wall to ripple like water waves. When Lin Ling was first sent flying, Luli Empress used the divine battle technique. In a short period of time, she attacked 356 million times. Lin Ling was simply unable to fight back. Han Xian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. He obviously did not expect Luli Empress to hate Lin Ling so much that she used such a terrifying killing move the moment they met. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a roar. A huge door suddenly appeared behind Luli Empress, who was standing on the ground. Then, the door slammed into her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? That's Lin Ling? Everyone was shocked. First, they looked at the wall in the distance and saw that the white light was still rippling like water. Then, a human figure appeared. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Then, they looked at the position where Luli Empress was standing before. There stood a man, holding a sword with both hands and swinging it as if he was swinging a huge axe. Of course, this figure was like a reflection on the surface of the water. It gradually blurred and finally disappeared. It was an afterimage. They saw that above Luli Empress, who was sent flying, a figure appeared. He swung a huge sword that was as big as a door and slammed it down. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as if he was a god who created the world. Boom! When the ferocious sword slammed into Luli Empress, she was smashed to the ground. She even bounced a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood again. A huge crack appeared on the white light curtain on the ground. It was at least 10 meters wide. Ka-ka-ka. However, there was a sound immediately. The 10-meter wide crack sank again. It gradually reached 50 meters and finally 100 meters. The appearance of such a white crack was like a huge spiderweb. It was undoubtedly very dazzling in the majestic palace. Ah! The deities of the spirit nation exclaimed. This was because the divine light that the deities of the spirit nation had set up was also cracked. Lin Ling's attack power was too terrifying. Bang! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling floated down from a corner of the palace. He wiped the blood from his mouth and revealed a cold smile. Chapter 4305. That can't be. Could it be that the previous intense battle was just a warm-up? Just a warm-up and they're already so ferocious. If they were to really fight, I'm afraid this island would be destroyed. Moreover, Luli Empress had suppressed Lin Ling and left Lin Ling in a difficult situation. But very quickly, Lin Ling returned the favor. TSK, they're evenly matched. Of course, they're the 8 new gods of this generation. The experts of Spirit Nation exclaimed as they felt that their horizons had been broadened. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, wonderful. In today's 9 states, other than the 4 great gods, the 8 new gods are the strongest. Therefore, to be able to see the battle between the new gods has benefited me greatly." Only he knew that the previous confrontation between Lin Ling and Luli Empress was, in fact, just a warm-up. Perhaps it could be said that they were probing each other. It wasn't a real battle to the death. Moreover, the injuries they suffered were only minor injuries. Because Xianxia knew very well that the two of them were definitely not as weak as he had imagined. Lin Ling, you spent so much effort to come here for the record of the 8 gods, right? Subsequently, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled as he looked at the huge stone tablet behind Xianxia. Unless I'm lost, I'm probably here for that thing. Straightforward, I like honest people. But do you think you can obtain the record of the 8 gods in front of so many experts of Spirit Nation? Xianxia was still smiling. He played with his fingernails and said, "Perhaps, if you can't obtain the record of the 8 gods, you might die here. Perhaps I'm a person who likes to court death. Anyway, if you don't try, how do you know if you'll succeed?" Lin Ling shrugged and said casually, "Then go ahead and try. Now, you can make your move because the record of the 8 gods is right behind me. I guarantee that I won't stop you." Xianxia stared at Lin Ling, his battle intent boiling. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape today. Not to mention Luli Empress and him, the sacred spirit, even Lord Ning wouldn't let Lin Ling leave Spirit Nation. There were only 2 choices left for Lin Ling. One was to join the Spirit Nation. 2 die. "Come, if you want the record of the 8 gods, I can give it to you." Then Xianxia walked to the record of the 8 gods, as if he was righteous enough to give of the record of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling didn't move. Instead, he furrowed his brows. "Ha, trial taker Lin Ling, you were so domineering in the past. You were famous in Jiuzhou and Spirit Nation. But now, you've become so timid. Is this still Lin Ling?" Seeing that Lin Ling didn't move, Xianxia suddenly laughed wildly. The other deities of Spirit Nation sneered. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength, they also knew that since Lin Ling had come to Spirit Nation's lair, he wouldn't be able to return. "I'm just waiting." While everyone was laughing, Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword and retracted the Luai's real form, returning to his original appearance. However, this made everyone think that Lin Ling had given up and didn't dare to move. Wait, what a nice way to put it. At this time, Luli Empress also said, Li Xiaoyao, I know you too well. You're not waiting. Instead, you're estimating the strength of both sides and whether it's worth it. Unfortunately, you've estimated that with so many of us here, it's impossible for you to get the record of the 8 gods. You know that outside the underground palace, Lord Ning should be on his way. So, you're just waiting because you're afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and remained silent. Lin Ling, stop trying to be mysterious. I've said that the record of the 8 gods is right there. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you dare to take it. If you keep silent, it doesn't mean that you'll be safe. Xianxia also smiled and said calmly. Then, seeing that Lin Ling still didn't move, He knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to make a move. So, he decided to make a move. However, just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the underground palace and shook the entire island. The Liang Palace was shaking. Large amounts of rubble fell from the roof of the main hall, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? Luli Empress frowned, because the previous explosion made her realize that it was an attack from a god. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. It could be said that the entire island had been destroyed. However, the explosions didn't stop. Instead, they grew louder. The entire island was in chaos, as though it was facing an apocalyptic catastrophe. At almost the same time, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. On his body, the first stage of the innate talent fusion quietly appeared. Countless tentacles swayed behind him, as though a demon had descended from the underground palace. I've been waiting for him. A furious roar erupted from Lin Ling's mouth. Lin Ling shot towards the 8 gods' celestial palace, his speed incomparably fast. At this time, Xianxia also woke up from the explosion. He looked around and immediately saw a monster pouncing towards the record of the 8 gods. How dare you! He roared and rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already fused the innate talent fusion, so a dragon claw swept over. Xianxia didn't even have to use his full strength, so a dragon claw easily smashed into his face. His face contorted, and he was sent flying. As he flew backward, he glared angrily at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, will gladly accept your gift. Lin Ling didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards the record of the 8 gods, then slammed the giant ghost on his shoulder into the stone tablet. Giant ghost, leave them to me. Lin Ling, thank you. The giant ghost blended into the stone tablet like a tadpole, causing the entire stone tablet to shake. When Lin Ling said to wait, he was indeed waiting. However, he was waiting for Treasure God Grandpa to make a move. Because once Treasure God Nanwufenyu made a move, it meant that he was already suppressing Lord Ning. At that time, Lin Ling could also make a move. Lin Ling's enemy wasn't Lord Ning, but the group of people in the underground palace. Moreover, with Treasure God Nanwufenyu's interference, all the experts on the island were attracted, which gave Lin Ling enough time. Therefore, he was waiting for this moment, for Treasure God Nanwufenyu to blow the battle horn. A bloody battle with the Spirit Nation, now under the battle horn, had completely kicked off. Xianxia, stop him immediately. He wants the will of worry in the stone tablet. A giant ghost floated out from Xianxia's body and roared at Lin Ling. This evil ghost obviously sensed something. Chapter 4306. On the stone tablet, Lin Ling revealed a smile. After his dragon claws danced slightly, he looked at the sky and slapped out. Rumble. When his palm slapped out, Xianxia's figure also appeared. He punched out, maintaining the posture of colliding with Lin Ling's palm. Thump, thump. However, the strange thing was that Lin Ling felt his heart beating violently. The frequency was so fast that it actually reached 100 million beats per second. This was also a terrifying frequency. If an ordinary person's heart beat so fast, their body would have already exploded. However, Lin Ling had the dragon heart, which was incomparably tough. You want to shatter my heart? Unfortunately, your strength is still a little weak. Bang. Behind Lin Ling, a huge tail swept out like a large knife. If one looked carefully, this was a sharp dragon tail. Seeing this, Xianxia had no choice but to dodge the attack and retreat. His expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been tricked, because Lin Ling did not come here alone. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Kill. While retreating, Xianxia also shouted at the crowd. Everyone also reacted, and all of them erupted with powerful jieyuan. Then, they looked at Lin Ling who was on the stone tablet and pounced. Profound book. Bang. An old man waved his right hand, and bamboo slips turned into stairs, sweeping towards Lin Ling. These bamboo slips were extremely powerful, layer upon layer, as if forming a winding path to heaven around Lin Ling. Little Kunlun, go. Bang. Lin Ling stood on the stone tablet, majestic. He stretched out his left hand, and a black tide surged out, then turned into countless vines that surged out. Rise! Bang! When the old man saw this, he opened his hands and the heavenly road around Lin Ling dispersed, turning into bamboo slips that fluttered in the air. It was a very beautiful sight. What a powerful divine fetus! Lin Ling knew that he could no longer hold on to the stone tablet, so he leaped up and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent and demonic aura roared as he pounced towards the old man. This was because he could sense that the old man's divine embryo was not weak, reaching the 6th rank. Moreover, there was a rhythm of the great Tao that seemed to draw one into the world of the Sea of Books. However, the old man's body was not strong. Clang, clang. The tyrannical song sword danced in the air, cutting down the incoming bamboo slips. At the same time, Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man in an instant and slashed down with his sword. This divine embryo of yours is very remarkable, but are you really so strong? When the old man heard Lin Ling's cold voice, his pupils widened, because his divine embryo was indeed very strong. However, he was not comparable to the other martial god realm experts. His body was very weak, even weaker than an ordinary person. Blood gushed out as the old man was cut into 2 halves. Kill him! Looking back at Xianxia, he had already reached the stone tablet. The evil ghost appeared in his right hand, and then he ruthlessly slapped it into the record of the 8 gods. The record of the 8 gods contained the will of worry. This was a will that was sealed in the stone tablet, so it had no consciousness, but it could be devoured by other wills. Originally, the evil ghost had wanted to devour it, but it was cautious, so it slowly comprehended it. After all, it did not expect Lin Ling to bring the giant ghost to this island. Now that the giant ghost had entered the stone tablet, it had no other choice but to fight with all its might. Giant ghost, it's up to you. Lin Ling knew that he could not hold on to the stone tablet, so the battle inside the stone tablet depended on the giant ghost. Lin Ling, give me your life. A transparent palm slapped down. Xianxia had made his move. This person had 2 innate talents, and his divine embryo had reached the 8th rank. He was about to have the divine embryo of a mid-god. In addition, his cultivation realm was that of a low god, and now he had unleashed all his strength to kill Lin Ling here. In addition to this expert, Luli Empress was also eyeing Lin Ling covetously, so now he was facing an ambush from all sides. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's sword collided with Xianxia, and his heart was immediately affected, beating 10 billion times in an instant. His heart being affected by Xianxia had undoubtedly weakened Lin Ling's battle strength. Almost at the same time, 6 figures arrived on black lotuses. At a closer look, these 6 figures were all wearing different clothes, but they all looked the same. It was Luli Empress. Now she had activated all 6 divine embryos, and she did not hide her cultivation anymore. She had unsealed her seal and reached the early stage of a low god. She obviously knew that if she did not use all her strength when facing a formidable enemy like Lin Ling, it would be underestimating Lin Ling and hurting herself. Rumble. Lin Ling was affected by Xia's heart and could not move at all. When Luli Empress's powerful attack arrived, his body immediately trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble. Deafening noises were constantly heard, and the entire hall seemed to be about to collapse. So powerful! Does 2 new gods have to join forces to suppress Lin Ling? The surrounding experts looked solemn as they searched for a fatal blow. Holy Spirit, let me help you! The more powerful people also attacked, and powerful divine energy blasted Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling was suppressed by Xianxia and Luli Empress, and now he was powerless to resist. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling's body exploded and turned into countless pieces of black flesh and blood. He's dead. This scene caused everyone's pupils to dilate. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the current generation, had fallen? They were in disbelief because Lin Ling was too powerful. How could he die in front of them? He's not dead yet. However, at this moment, Xianxia spoke with an unsightly expression on his face. Because he'd noticed Lin Ling's heartbeat. Lin Ling's explosion from before was actually just an attempt to escape. Gurgle. That was indeed the case. The scattered black flesh and blood flowed in a certain direction like water and turned into a black human figure. It was very terrifying. This was the resurrection of the chaotic body. Chaotic, immortal and indestructible. Bang, bang, bang. Rumbling ominous aura spread out like dark clouds, causing the entire hall to look like an ominous hall. The human figure that was constantly fusing gradually recovered its appearance. It was Lin Ling's appearance. His eyes seemed to be burning, filled with surging battle intent and killing intent. Lin Ling had expected this bloody battle before he came here. Therefore, at this moment, it was all about killing. Rumble. The black skin began to retreat silently, and white lightning began to appear on Lin Ling's left shoulder. Then, golden flames appeared on Lin Ling's right shoulder. In the middle, a huge green Vajra appeared. Second stage. Lin Ling's voice became extremely domineering, as if he was the reincarnation of a divine king. Second stage. Chapter 4307. At this moment, 3 gods seemed to have appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the Luai's god with his sharp fangs, the human king's Dharma idol that could control the world, and the Vajra with his ferocious eyes. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground of the hall shook like waves. This was the power of 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divine energy. This did not include Lin Ling's Luai's true form, great heavenly flame, and Bodhi-proof divine technique. Swoosh! Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He pounced on the crowd and grabbed with his hand. It was like the arm of a Vajra, and it carried the domineering power of lightning and flames. Stop him! Those people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Therefore, they resisted with all their might. However, Lin Ling's hand was simple and violent. It was like the hand of a Buddha. When it swept past, all the attacks were destroyed. Moreover, those experts were also turned into meat paste. So powerful! The people on the other side were so frightened that their eyes trembled. The new god Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, hand over your life. However, at this moment, a transparent figure appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a stream of water, but also like a crystal. Then, a palm mixed with ferocious divine energy pressed down. It was Xianxia. However, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. His huge palm fiercely slapped out. Boom! At the moment of collision, the unstoppable force actually turned all the people near it into dust. So powerful? How is this possible? I have the strength of an early-stage lower deity. In the air, Xianxia maintained his posture of striking out with his palm. However, his pupils were also trembling. It was because he had already passed the most difficult great tribulation of the martial god realm. He was now a true deity. His world essence had already transformed into divine origin. However, such a vast amount of power was actually unable to injure Lin Ling. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, he discovered that his 10 billion heartbeats could not affect Lin Ling at all. He has 7 dantians. In addition to his powerful physical body, he has the strongest physical body in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, you won't be able to hurt him. At this moment, Luli Empress's voice drifted over. Looking at her expression, it was incomparably dignified. Lin Ling's 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. Luli Empress also had 6 dantians and 6 divine embryos. Clearly, she was weaker than Lin Ling. Her only advantage was that her cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling's methods were incomparably powerful, and this made up for the gap between them. Physical body? I don't believe that your body can withstand my 100 billion heartbeats. Xianxia let out a roar. Both of his palms struck out in a frenzy. With every strike, the heartbeat of those people increased. Lord Sacred Spirit, don't. Lin Ling was not affected, but many people in the hall were. They held their hearts and cried out in pain. However, Xianxia ignored them. Thump, thump, thump. In the end, their hearts exploded one by one, and they died completely. Looking at Xianxia again, the heartbeat of his body had become tangible. It was like a circular sound wave that rippled through the entire hall. 100 billion heartbeats. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He sensed that his heart was also beginning to lose control. However, he did not stop. Instead, he killed everyone around him. He killed as many as he could to prevent those people from launching a sneak attack. 100 billion heartbeats is just an effect. Seeing Lin Ling crazily killing people, Luli Empress's eyes shone with a sharp light. Xianxia, on the other hand, was infuriated when he saw that Lin Ling was still killing people as if he didn't see him even in his divine fetus. Because in a short period of time, the originally packed hall was now left with only a dozen people. No matter what kind of powerhouse they were, even the dragon spirit, they could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. Moreover, they also sensed that outside the underground palace, the turmoil was even more terrifying. They feared that no one would come here in the near future. This meant that if they wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would depend on them. Lin Ling, you must die today. Thus, Luli Empress no longer held back. She activated all 6 divine embryos. A black coiling dragon rushed out, followed by the cry of a phoenix. Then, a black rock flapped its wings and floated behind Luli Empress. And this was not the end. A snake slithered out, supporting Luli Empress. Below this snake, black water flooded out, and a massive black turtle shell slowly emerged. Finally, a black qilin appeared. Looking at its bloodline, it was not much weaker than a baby qilin. 6 divine beasts. These divine beasts all had extraordinary origins. They were obtained from the god realm and were sealed in Luli Empress's den. Among the 6 divine beasts, Luli Empress was like a goddess. Her body shone with divine light, incomparably resplendent. Under this divine light, the white light around the hall began to melt like ice water. Luli Empress actually has 6 divine embryos. As expected of the divine spirit that can move even the great god of Spirit Nation. The remaining dozen or so people looked at the colored glaze empress with reverence and worship in their eyes. Xianxia, although your divine heart cannot kill him, it can restrain him. Now, continue to activate your divine embryos. I will kill him. Colored glaze empress also let out a clear and cold voice. Her eyes had unknowingly turned black. Although those long and narrow eyes were very beautiful, there was also a trace of ruthlessness in them. I, Xianxia, need your help? Xianxia was still activating 100 billion heartbeats. After hearing Luli Empress's words, he snorted in disdain. I know you are not convinced by me, but Lin Ling is more important. Think about it, he has 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. If he reaches the realm of a lower god, will you still have a place to stand? In front of the great god of Spirit Nation, Lord Ning has mentioned Lin Ling many times, but never you. Are you willing to accept this? Luli Empress said indifferently. Her voice had a magical power that seemed to affect Xianxia. What a joke. Luli Empress, I know what you are thinking. But let me tell you, do you think that I have done my best? In fact, Lord Ning has already taught me a technique that can kill Lin Ling in one blow. It's just that I have not used it yet. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed loudly. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, you are right. This new great god is not to be underestimated. We should eliminate him completely. Let's work together. He had obviously guessed that outside the island, it must be a mess right now. If the great god of Spirit Nation were to know that Lin Ling had single-handedly turned the entire island upside down, he might not kill Lin Ling. In fact, he might even praise Lin Ling even more. Therefore, Xianxia wanted Lin Ling dead. He was even willing to join forces with Luli Empress. 100 billion heartbeats. Chapter 4308. Bang bang bang. Once the trillion heartbeats were unleashed, the remaining dozen or so people were unable to withstand it. This was because their hearts were beating so fast that they could explode at any moment. Furthermore, under the attacks of Xianxia and Luli Empress, the white light in the Great Hall was finally unable to hold on any longer. It continued to fade and was about to disappear at any moment. This also showed how powerful Xianxia and Luli Empress were. After all, These white lights were created by the great gods of the spirit kingdom. How could ordinary people break through them? Brother Xiaoyao, I was wrong back then. However, every man for himself, so don't blame me. With the suppression of 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats, Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling. There was an additional tenderness deep within her eyes. The memories of the little valley back then seemed to flow in her mind. At that time, she listened to Li Xiaoyao's stories every day. He told her about the wonders of the outside world. She loved those days very much. Under the maple tree in the ancient forest, she watched her beloved man tell her everything in a low voice. However, when she walked out of the small valley, she realized that the outside world was so exciting. She also had her own dream. Just like Li Xiaoyao said, how could a person not have a dream? Therefore, for the sake of her dream, she wanted Li Xiaoyao dead. She stretched out her hand and gently drew a circle before her. The circle floated before her, but there was a mysterious force coming from it. This force was like smoke, and the moment it floated out, a dangerous aura appeared. The aura of the divine tribulation from the martial god realm to the divine realm. Could it be that Luli Empress can control such a divine tribulation? The powerhouses in the shattered temple were not only resisting Han Xie's fatal heartbeat technique, but they also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luli Empress. In their eyes, the current Luli Empress seemed to have come from the era of the gods. Her every move, every frown, and every smile were so natural and actually carried the rhythm of the Grand Tao. Hurry up and get out of the hall. After a short moment, an old man finally shouted anxiously because he had a feeling that if they didn't leave now, then all of them would die here. Boom, boom. They attacked the receding white light as if they had gone mad. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Behind him, King Kong, Thunderlock, and Sovereign Personage provided Lin Ling with an endless stream of energy. However, this energy was not enough to withstand the mysterious energy released by Luli Empress. Lin Ling could feel that this energy was not enough to resist, because it was the steps of the gods. Luli Empress actually controlled the steps of God. In the age of the gods, this was a power that even intermediate gods might not be able to control. After so many years, your strength has improved greatly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he spoke indifferently. My father and brother died at your hands, but I don't want to avenge them, not at all. If there is a chance, I don't want to kill you, but I know that you, Li Xiaoyao, will come to kill me, so I must become stronger and surpass the 4 gods. Because I want to become the god of the 9 prefectures, I must kill you. Luli Empress's voice was very soft, but it revealed her ambition. God of the 9 prefectures, you think too simply of this world. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword as if he was caressing his most beloved person. His tone was also filled with sarcasm. God of the 9 prefectures? Luli Empress did not know that in a certain void, there were even more gods. Any one of them was enough to sweep through the entire 9 prefectures. To them, the gods of the 9 prefectures were like ants. Li Xiaoyao, all your strength is this second stage innate talent fusion. Now, the power that I want to use is not something you can resist. Luli Empress ignored Lin Ling's words. In her hand, a purple ball of light appeared. It did not seem big, but it emitted a godly power that could crush one's soul. In the end, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her face turned cold. She wanted to completely erase this man who had countless ties with her. Ancient divine technique, Qin Ming incantation. She suddenly clenched her fist, as if she had released some kind of taboo. The purple ball of light in her hand turned into green smoke, but it quietly flew towards the sky. Voila! In the sky above the island, a taboo aura descended. Now the island was in a state of panic. The 9 prefectures were in a mess, and the Coolwood Palace was completely destroyed. In the streets and alleys, people looked up at the sky because there were 2 great gods clashing. But now, the 2 gods had stopped fighting and were looking at the sky. They were looking at the sky above the underground palace. It's Luli Empress's ancient divine technique. A scholarly man muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the old man opposite him and said, to be able to make Luli Empress use such a method, he should be Lin Ling. That's right. It's Lin Ling. The old man opposite him nodded, but the corners of his eyes were fixed on the taboo aura in the sky, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. That was because he sensed that it was the steps of God. He didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand it. Treasure God, let's fight again. The man retracted his gaze, looked at the old man and pounced. Rumble. The two of them attacked and destroyed the island once again. At the same time, above the underground palace, a green thunderbolt shot down. It carried a wisp of destructive aura, as if it was a divine tribulation. Bang! The moment it fell, the underground palace was penetrated. Then, the green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, blasted towards Lin Ling. What a powerful divine technique! Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he activated it with all his strength. He also wanted to see how powerful this ancient divine technique was. Boom! The green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, immediately shook Lin Ling's body when it collided with the tyrant's singing sword. His strength couldn't withstand the impact of the green thunderbolt. When Luli Empress saw that Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, wasn't killed by the attack, her heart trembled. However, her expression became even colder. Her hands continuously formed complicated seals, and she muttered. Then she pointed to the sky and said, "Dark Spirit Incantation." This ancient divine technique was a powerful curse that Eugene had obtained in the realm of the gods. According to legend, it was created by an ancient deity, and it was extremely powerful. Later, Eugene gave it to her, and it was the only thing she could use to defeat Lin Ling. This was because she knew that the power of this ancient divine technique came from ancient times, and it was a power that surpassed the power of the gods. Boom! Above the sky, another wave of power blasted down. It was like a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, everything turned into dust. Dark Spirit Incantation, everything under the sky is gray. When the ancient gust of wind blew, Lin Ling's body trembled. He felt a domineering power tearing his body apart. Even with his diamond body, he couldn't withstand it. Ah! Lin Ling roared, and the three kings behind him gathered again to resist the destructive gust of wind. Has Lin Ling's physical strength really reached the stage of invincibility? Chapter 4309. Never had he, Xianxia, imagined that Lin Ling was actually formidable to such an extent. Lin Ling, you're already struggling on your deathbed. Ancient theurgy, calming incantation, cleansing altar incantation, house suppressing incantation. Looking at the glazed empress again, her eyes were also red. The 6 divine beasts around her were also roaring at the sky. She needed these 6 divine beasts to sacrifice to the heavens in order to use this ancient divine technique. Only then could she borrow this ancient power from the hands of the deceased god. As she silently chanted the incantation, her aura was increasing rapidly. Waves of divine wind blew out from her body. The fierce wind and green lightning above Lin Ling's had also strangely disappeared at this moment. However, the inside of the main hall was terrifying. Leave this place. The people in the main hall and Xianxia had all broken the walls and rushed out of the main hall. After all, the white light had completely faded and could no longer stop them. The reason why they wanted to leave was because they sensed that an even more terrifying taboo was about to erupt. However, before they left, they took a deep look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lin Ling had been fighting for so long, but he had not fallen. Moreover, facing Luli Empress's final attack, Lin Ling did not run away. Instead, he seemed to want to fight with all his strength. Both of them are top-notch experts in the 9 prefectures. They have a grudge between them. No wonder Lin Ling did not run away. I think he also wants to settle that grudge and settle it once and for all. Let's leave quickly. I can feel that suffocating power. They rushed out of the main hall and then drifted far away. However, their eyes were still fixed in the direction of the underground palace. They saw that there was a big hole in the ceiling of the underground palace. Fierce wind kept blowing in, as if it was blowing away the bond between Lin Ling and Luli Empress for thousands of generations. At this moment, the powerhouses near the underground palace were all staring at the underground palace. They knew what was going on now, so they were waiting for everything to happen. Curse of 3. But at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded from the underground palace, and it actually carried a wisp of irresistible majesty. Rumble. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, covering the firmament. 3 incomparably terrifying forces fell from the sky like fireballs. Upon closer inspection, these were no longer forces. They were simply 3 ancient gods. These 3 forces were wind, lightning, and fire. These ancient powers were so strong that they could destroy the physical body, extinguish the soul, and destroy the divine embryo. Goodbye, Li Xiaoyao. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, Luli Empress slowly floated out of the underground palace under the escort of the 6 divine beasts. Boom, boom. The underground palace began to shake, but what shocked everyone was that even under the pressure of such a terrifying force, the underground palace was not destroyed. Instead, there was a dazzling light that constantly gushed out from the holes in the underground palace, making it seem as if the underground palace had turned into a furnace. What a dazzling light! That power is only effective against living creatures. A powerhouse felt a sense of fear in his heart. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the majesty that could kill everything. Looking at the underground palace again, Lin Ling raised his sword to resist. He realized that the divine steps used by Luli Empress were very strange. It seemed to have the power of the great Tao. This was because the divine steps were ineffective against inanimate objects, but only against living creatures. Legend has it that the great Tao comes from the mouth of a deity. With a silent recitation of the incantation, the heavens and earth would change. This must be the power. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now, he could choose to fuse the stage 3 innate talent or activate the divine steps of wisdom. But he didn't do so, because he knew that today's battle in the spirit kingdom wouldn't end so quickly. Old friend, let's fight it together. Suddenly, Lin Ling said to Tyrannical Singer Sword. Ever since Tyrannical Singer Sword had obtained a broken sword in the 9th mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, coupled with Lin Ling's bitter cultivation in the eternal kingdom, all of his divine power had been activated. However, Lin Ling's strength was too strong, so Tyrannical Singer Sword's divine power was of little value. But Lin Ling knew that Tyrannical Singer Sword wasn't that simple. God Emperor Zhang had once said that the owner of the scabbard was very strong and terrifying. Now, Lin Ling wanted to use this pressure to activate the hidden power of Tyrannical Singer Sword. Destroy and establish. Without destruction, how could one establish? Rumble. In the sky, the 3 forces continued to suppress Lin Ling, blasting him towards the ground. Finally, he broke through the ground, as if he wanted to reach the center of the island and even penetrate the island. Rumble. The entire island was shaking violently, which made everyone's eyes tremble. As for Luli Empress and Han Xie, their faces were solemn. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. Sword, wake up. Lin Ling still maintained his posture with his sword in front of him as he continued to roar. As he resisted with all his strength, although the powerful force above his head was blocked by Tyrannical Singer Sword, the wind and flames continued to attack Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's skin cracked and was dripping with blood. Cracks also appeared on his diamond body. The Human King and Thunderlock were extremely dim. Boom. As he continued to fall, Lin Ling suddenly realized that he had been rushed into a mysterious void. It was pitch black, like a starry sky. A man was tied there by a chain that pierced through his body. The chain was pure white and had a large number of runes flashing on it. It was very mysterious. God Emperor Zhang. Lin Ling's eyes swept across the room and he was shocked. It's you! The man opened his eyes and instantly recognized Lin Ling. Because he had met Lin Ling once in Starry Sky Forest. Beside him, there was a gray skeleton that was half the height of a human sitting there. However, when it saw Lin Ling, the skeleton lifted its head and revealed a human-like surprise. It was the Skeleton King that Lin Ling had come into contact with in Starry Sky Forest. However, it was dispirited and seemed to be trapped. Kakaka. It immediately made a strange sound at the man. You are Lin Ling, right? If you want the sword to awaken, you need a sea of blood as a sacrifice to the sword. When the man heard what the skeleton said, he seemed to know that Lin Ling was in a difficult situation. Hence, he immediately said, "Let go of the murderous intent that you have suppressed for many years." Murderous intent? Lin Ling's eyes dilated. He didn't know how many people he had killed in his life. However, after going to the final world, the murderous intent was gradually suppressed and controlled by him. Now, he wanted to let go of the desire to kill? Kill as you wish. That is the sword that kills demons. If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. The man's voice floated again and Lin Ling seemed to understand something. Kill himself first. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He suddenly withdrew his sword and stabbed tyrannical Singer's sword into his body. Sush. Chapter 43:10. Killing was killing and it was also the end. But at some point, the end was also the birth. Only by killing oneself could the killing path be born. Beneath the island, a sea of blood was spreading, and the space had already turned into a blood-red color. Within it, a figure was bent over with his hands spread out. His entire body was trembling, and he was letting out low and deep sounds like that of a demonic beast. Lin Ling sensed that the rolling sea of blood had drowned his entire body and soul, leaving only killing in his world. Beside him, the blood-red tyrannical song sword was also trembling, releasing a terrifying desire to kill the world. As for the sword hilt, it was now flowing with the water of the sea of blood. At this moment, the Demon Slayer sword seemed to have awakened. Demon Slayer! In the distance, God Emperor Xianxia also looked at this scene solemnly. It was as if he had returned to the era of the gods and saw the lunatic who made the ghosts and gods cry. That lunatic had once killed billions of gods in the era of the gods. In the end, an ancient almighty took action, and his head was cut off by a divine sword the size of a willow leaf. Lin Ling, remember, kill for what? Suddenly, God Emperor Xianxia also shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be drowned in killing intent. In the rolling sea of blood, a pitch-black figure was still roaring. Above the sea of blood, three forces pressed down, but they were blocked by the sea of blood. Kill for what? As Lin Ling roared, he suddenly let out a suspicious voice. In his mind, which was occupied by the sea of blood, faces also appeared. You and Yuer, Ancestor Dian, Emon Yenshin, Di Shirdian. There were too many. I don't kill for the world, I only kill for my family and friends. Lin Ling finally raised his head. At this moment, the sword hilt hanging behind him quietly floated out a black shadow. It was a burly old man. His long hair scattered like wild grass. He was pitch black as if he came from the underworld. This time, the old man was no longer headless. The ancient god language suddenly floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing God Emperor Xianxia's eyes to tremble. This was because this was no longer Lin Ling's voice. It was the voice of the devil that had disappeared for countless years. Grim demon, wake up, Emperor God Xianxia said to Little Skeleton instinctively. Then he revealed a smile. Xiodua. At this moment, a blood sword slashed out. Rumble. In the sky, the three ancient divine techniques were slashed apart by a blood-red ray of light. The ray of light shot into the sky, and then a roiling sea of blood gushed out from the ground. Within the sea of blood, a pitch-black figure followed the sea of blood and silently stepped into the sky. The steps of murder. Looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, Emperor God Xianxia's eyes continued to tremble. This was because he knew that it was difficult to awaken the sword of Grim Demon. After Grim Demon had fallen, many people in the era of gods had obtained his sword hilt. However, they didn't awaken the sword in the end. Instead, they were killed by the sword. This was because if one didn't want to be killed by the sword, the only way was to find the broken sword. However, the broken sword had been scattered all over the world. How could one find it in a short period of time? Only by finding the broken sword of Grim Demon and killing himself could he resolve the killing. Lin Ling, you have successfully resolved the killing. Looking at the roiling sea of blood rushing towards the island, Emperor God Zhonggang finally knew that the young man he had seen back then had also stepped into the era of gods. At this moment, the island was like hell on earth. On the ground, there were continuous roars. Flames and smoke shot into the sky. From afar, the entire ground was filled with holes, as though it was the remains of a war between gods. In the sky, two huge statues stood tall in the sky. When they collided, there was an intense storm. It was as though two worlds were colliding. Countless experts of the spirit kingdom had fallen because of this. However, near the underground palace, everyone looked at the underground palace. Their faces were solemn as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. However, they couldn't care less about wiping their sweat. Instead, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Linling, is he dead? Under the deafening heaven and earth, an old voice, mixed with disbelief, quietly floated out. However, just as these words were spoken, a bloody light shot into the sky from the broken ceiling of the underground palace. It cut the forbidden power in the sky into two halves. Puff, puff, puff. Next, an endless sea of blood spread out, causing the underground palace to erupt like a volcano. However, it was a sea of blood that spewed out. He's not dead. Almost instantly, countless experts let out a loud roar. Xianxia and Luli Empress's pupils were trembling. Their faces were pale as they kept shaking their heads. Ancient divine skills can't kill him. Luli Empress finally realized how terrifying Linling was. She knew that if she had fought with Linling last time, she would have died without a doubt. Trial taker Linling, he's not dead. Soon after, cries of panic rose in everyone's hearts like a plague, spreading to the entire island. Trial taker Linling. On the majestic island, many people heard that voice. Their hearts felt as though they had been struck by lightning. At this point, they naturally knew who was so arrogant and dared to stir up a storm on the island. However, they originally thought that with Linling's strength alone, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire spirit kingdom. Only now did they realize that Linling could become a new god, a giant in the 9 states. He indeed had the ability. Linling. On the chaotic street, a man looked at the distant sky in shock. He was Maple. Brother, this Linling is so scary. He's like a living god. This is the first time our spirit kingdom has encountered such a shocking invasion. Next to the man, a young man said with a pale face, "We are no longer people of the spirit kingdom. Now, let's take advantage of the commotion caused by Linling and leave this place." Maple looked at the sky again, then strode away. Hua Yen Fourth Association. However, just as they started to move, an old and hoarse voice sounded in the underground palace and spread throughout the island. Even the battle between the two gods in the sky stopped and looked deeply at the underground palace. The pupils of one of the scholarly men were condensing. The old man smiled. He was naturally treasure god Nanwufenyu. Now that he saw that Linling was fine, he could finally put down the boulder in his heart. Crush. After that voice, a sword slash appeared in the underground palace. A circular sword slash, with the main hall as the center, followed the horizon and cut through everything. The underground palace was cut open by the sword. The 99 alley was cut open by the sword. Rumble! The entire island shook as if a demon god had emerged from the earth. Linling, how can you be so powerful? Hurry up and crouch down, don't get cut by the sword. Chapter 43:11. In the sky, Luli Empress and Xianxia's pupils trembled a few more times as fear spread in their hearts. As if the roof of the underground palace had been lifted, a rolling sea of blood began to flow out and drown the earth. In the rolling sea of blood, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly floated up. This person was dressed in blood red and held a blood red sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with dense killing intent. The moment he appeared, he affected the hearts of thousands of warriors in the spirit kingdom. Linling. Yes. Everyone looked up with trembling pupils. Linling. Yes. Luli Empress and Xianxia also swallowed with difficulty. From Linling's body, they felt a power that surpassed the power of gods. Demon Slayer. Yes. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu said at the same time. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer sword would be taken by him. Moreover, he awakened the sword. You should know that even in the era of gods, no one could awaken the sword. Lord Ning said with surprise. He didn't know that Lin Ling had been collecting broken swords for thousands of years. It was done in a day. This guy, don't let the killing intent invade you. Yes. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu said with some worry. Xiao Moho. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling, who was above the sea of blood, had a flash in his eyes. A surge of killing intent burst out and turned into a sword that slashed towards the earth. Rumble! A huge trench was cut in the earth. Above it, a blood-red sword wave rushed towards the crowd like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh my God! Yes! Seeing the huge blood-red sword wave, everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and they almost forgot to run. However, before they could react, the sword slashed them in half. Their blood seemed to be sucked into the sea of blood below Lin Ling. Kill! Seeing this, Xianxia also roared angrily and activated 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats to suppress Lin Ling. Sound waves of heartbeats surged out like ripples, but just as they were about to reach Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. A blood-red sword wave appeared and actually cut the sound waves into two. Furthermore, the sword wave did not stop and slashed towards Xianxia. Heart of God. At the critical moment, a crystal-like heart appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he slapped it hard. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out as the sword wave was blocked. However, Xianxia also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Looking at the crystal heart in his hand, there was a hair-sized sword wound on it. What a terrifying sword! What kind of power is this? Xia's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Lin Ling became even more fearful. The steps of God, and it's probably related to killing. Because killing is tyrannical, these steps of God are also the most ferocious. Not far away, Luli Empress seemed to have noticed something. However, killing is also a double-edged sword. It can kill the enemy, but it can also kill the master. Lin Ling won't be able to control this power for long. Lin Ling, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, are you going to destroy my spirit nation? At this moment, a huge stone statue appeared in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He was Lord Ning. Lin Ling also raised his head slightly and looked indifferently at the godlike expert. He did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at Lord Ning as he slashed with his sword. Sopaku. This sword was very terrifying as it slashed out a rolling sea of blood. Because in the eyes of countless people, the sword turned into a sea of blood and rushed towards Lord Ning. Winter Plum. The huge stone statue was like a god. It stretched out its palm and looked down at the sea of blood rushing up from the ground and pressed down. The power of winter burst out and froze the sea of blood. From afar, the scene was very majestic because a huge sea of blood rushed into the sky. But now it was completely frozen. Everything was so lifelike. What a powerful divine staircase. However, although Lord Ning easily blocked Lin Ling's sword, he also let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling, your opponent is not me, and my opponent is not you. Lord Ning looked at treasure god Nanhua Fengyu in the distance and knew that this peak god was his opponent. Of course, he didn't expect that the current spirit nation would almost be turned upside down because of Lin Ling and treasure god Nanhua Fengyu. 1,000,000 martial gods. Move out. Then, Lord Ning let out a low voice as if he was giving the order of a god. As he spoke, a large number of powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions of the island. Then, rays of light formed the aura of divine soldiers and divine generals, and they rushed toward the underground palace with great momentum. 1,000,000 martial gods. These martial gods were all dragon spirits. Looking at the horizon, the sky was filled with experts like locusts. 1,000,000 martial gods are here too. Xia's expression changed greatly because he already knew that the spirit nation wasn't as simple as it looked. In the distant continent, there were countless experts. These experts were the group of people that the Spirit Nation took away when they first arrived in the void of the 9 states tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the strength of those experts had reached an unknown level. Thinking about it, the 1 million martial gods were just a group of them. Lin Ling is going to fight against 1 million martial gods. On the ground, the experts of the Spirit Nation were also trembling. One person against 1 million martial gods. In the world, other than Lin Ling, who else could be so domineering? The name of Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the 9 states, was now deeply engraved in their hearts. Look in all directions and chant. However, seeing the arrival of 1 million martial gods, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped on the sea of blood, held his sword diagonally, and attacked. Kill, 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 kill. Rumble. The group of martial gods closest to Lin Ling began to receive Lin Ling's blood sea sword. The blood sea was a murderous aura. Therefore, even if they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't stop the impact of the blood sea and were all killed. With this attack, 30,000 peak martial gods had fallen. However, this was just an appetizer before the slaughter. Next, the blood sea drowned the 1 million martial gods and a figure began to kill wildly. This was because Lin Ling knew that before the giant ghost appeared, he couldn't retreat. He could only kill. 1 million martial gods, he can kill them all. On the ground, looking at the falling corpses and the blood sea that was filled with murderous aura, everyone held their breaths and couldn't even speak properly. Time flew by just like that. 1 million lives kept disappearing and merging into the blood sea. In the end, the murderous aura of the blood sea became 100 times stronger than before. This guy is really going to kill to stop killing. Chapter 43:12. Kill, kill, kill. In the sky, the voices of the millions of martial gods became softer and softer. Only a devilish voice could be heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Looking at the sky again, it had turned into a sea of blood. There was no one to be seen. The millions of martial gods had been killed without leaving a single one behind. However, the sea of blood seemed to have become denser and its flowing speed had slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen, as if a large cloud of blood was floating in the sky. His killing intent has begun to recede. Luli Empress suddenly sensed something and was familiar with the power of Lin Ling's sea of blood. It turned out that after activating the killing steps, Lin Ling had to kill madly. If he didn't kill enough, Lin Ling would be affected. If he killed to his heart's content, the killing intent would be replenished. It would no longer affect Lin Ling. Of course, after reaching perfection, the power of the sea of blood would quietly recede, allowing Lin Ling to return to being an ordinary person. This is a chance. Xianxia floated up and shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, you've killed millions of martial gods. Your death is at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually activated the mysterious talisman, Silent Words. A mysterious language was like a beautiful melody that floated into everyone's heart. Many of the Spirit Nation's experts felt a sense of comfort. Could it be? However, Luli Empress had guessed something. She guessed that Xianxia was activating the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body to control Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of that incantation. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu had obviously sensed this and immediately shouted. Looking at Lord Ning, his face was cold throughout the entire process. Whether it was the millions of martial gods being killed or this trump card, he showed no emotion. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on the blood sea. After hearing Xia's voice, he suddenly floated up strangely. Then, he floated out of the blood sea and flew towards Xianxia. Following his footsteps, the surging sea of blood in the sky also began to retreat, turning into a vortex and disappearing into the sword hilt behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling, kneel down. Lin Ling, aren't you very good at killing? Kill another one for me to see. Ha, Lin Ling, you didn't expect it, did you? One day you would become my subordinate. As he watched Lin Ling walk towards him, Xianxia was undoubtedly excited. This was the fatal blow that he had been hiding. This trump card had been passed down to him by Lord Ning. Hence, he knew that as long as he unleashed this power, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, He would be able to control him and become a member of the spirit nation. When he thought of the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling being controlled by him, the excitement in Han Xie's heart was even stronger than when he broke through to the next realm. Lin Ling did not stop walking. He slowly appeared in front of Han Xie and stared coldly at him. "What are you looking at? Kneel down." Seeing this, Han Xie roared angrily, his voice filled with majesty. This also caused the spirit nation's experts to react. Then, they all laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, based on Lin Ling's previous killing method, they would have been killed by Lin Ling very soon. Fortunately, Han Xie now had Lin Ling under his control. Once Lin Ling is under the spirit nation's control, it will be difficult for him to resist. Since he has killed so many people from the spirit nation, he is definitely a sinner of the spirit nation. When the time comes, even I can torture him. That's right, I want to shit on his head. Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The experts of the spirit kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and began to converse with smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his sword high. The murderous aura that had yet to fade from the body of the huge sword was still terrifying. "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" However, this method of controlling Lin Ling seemed to have no effect. This was because Lin Ling had already ruthlessly slashed his sword down. This also made Han Xie's eyes widen. However, he didn't run away or resist. Instead, he sped up the casting of the incantations and runes. Even now, he still believed that Lord Ning had left him a trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this kind of trust would bring him a fatal price. "I have no idea what you're talking about." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke for the first time. His voice was extremely domineering. Boom! The sword slashed down and sliced Han Xie into two halves. When the sword landed on the crystal heart, it paused for a moment before slicing the crystal heart into two halves. Crack! A crisp sound rang out and the crystal heart shattered like glass. When he looked at Han Xie again, his originally transparent body had quietly returned to his original appearance. However, from his forehead to between his legs, a blood-red sword mark had appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why didn't it work? Could it be that Lord Ning had lied to him? Impossible, Lord Ning would never use this matter to deceive him. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Lin Ling had escaped from the spirit nation's control. Damn it, I've been fooled. Han Xie let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body was forcefully torn apart. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky like rain. Naturally, he was indignant. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Lin Ling. However, he firmly believed in the power that the spirit nation had left in Lin Ling's body, resulting in his current situation. His death undoubtedly affected the evil spirit in the underground palace. This caused it to be at a disadvantage in the battle for consciousness with the giant ghost. Lin Ling is out of control? In the distance, Lord Ning's eyes were filled with shock. This scene had clearly exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a hidden danger that he had left in Lin Ling's body. When Lin Ling became stronger in the future, he would use it to control Lin Ling. In the Battle of Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had disrupted the plans of the Spirit Nation's great god. At that time, the great god had said that he had to obtain Lin Ling no matter what. Therefore, he had left this trick up his sleeve. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had disappeared and returned. The hidden danger had been removed. For deities guarding the island, kill him for me. Lord Ning finally had a murderous intent towards Lin Ling. Boom, boom. No wonder the spirit nation was so powerful. After the fall of millions of martial gods, another powerhouse had arrived. In the east, a huge divine hound was galloping. With the sun and moon in its mouth, it let out a roar that made countless people tremble in fear. Divine spirit, divine hound. Looking to the south, there was a beast with a human body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes piercing its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. This was the southern fire ancestral sorcerer. A giant covered in flames strolled over. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire would appear. Even the bubbles in the sky above the island were burned. The bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerer. Speaking of the 12 ancestral sorcerer, they were powerful because they were deities from ancient times. Although they weren't real ancestral sorcerer, they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral sorcerer. Chapter 43:13. Looking to the west, an ugly old monk floated over like a ghost. Around him, the sky was filled with earthworm-like ants, causing one's scalp to tingle. This was the insect ghost monk. This person specialized in using goo. In the 9 prefectures void, where the heroic spirits of the 10 evils of the 9 prefectures rested, the Goo King's technique was passed down by him. As for the north, it had already turned into a pitch-black night. Under that quiet and strange night, an old woman holding a walking stick staggered over. Her old face was full of wrinkles, so much so that her eyes could not be seen. A ghost lantern hung from the walking stick in her left hand, and in the pitch-black darkness, there was a ghost lantern hanging from it. Under the lantern, it was like the light of a firefly. Looking at the aged right hand, there was a wooden bowl in it. The bowl was filled with liquid, and it looked very magical. Legend has it that she was a terrifying old woman guarding the bridge of helplessness. The origins of these people were not to be underestimated. They were the true pillars of the spirit nation, and their origins could be traced back to millions of years ago. After experiencing the investiture of the 9 prefectures, they had all returned to their positions as gods. Right now, the 4 ghosts and deities were suppressing Lin Ling. The 4 deities guarding the island are now fighting against the new god of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling. I wonder who will be stronger. Seeing the powerful auras coming from the 4 directions, the experts of the spirit nation all retreated far away and rushed out of the majestic ancient city. Then, they stared at the strongest battle between the 9 prefectures and the spirit nation. Moreover, regardless of whether Lin Ling died or not in this battle, his name in the spirit nation and the 9 prefectures would definitely resound for millions of years. Lin Ling is actually so strong. The gap between me and him is too big. In the crowd, Luli Empress looked at the experts coming from all directions and then at the arrogant man under the sky. She quietly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she already knew that the Lin Ling she looked down on before was now above her head. During the competition for the 8 gods' heavenly palace's quota, if it wasn't for Yojin's interference, perhaps she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao Lin Ling, no matter who you are, you've all hidden so well. When she thought of this, Luli Empress's face was filled with killing intent and jealousy. After all, she had cultivated bitterly for so many years. However, she had been surpassed by Lin Ling in a single day. How could she accept this? Therefore, Lin Ling must die today. Otherwise, if she let Lin Ling leave, then what awaited her would be Lin Ling's fatal revenge. Those 4 experts are all at the deity level. Their divine embryos and divine power are stronger than mine. If the 4 of them work together, they can definitely kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress retreated and said malevolently. Now, she wanted to see Lin Ling die before her eyes. Only then would she feel at ease. As for Lin Ling, who was in the limelight, he quietly looked at the gods coming from the 4 directions. He felt as if he had sensed the suppression of the 4 great worlds. It's time to use more strength. With a soft sigh, Lin Ling's eyes shone with determination. From the beginning, he knew that today's battle wouldn't be so simple. The spirit nation wasn't something that he could shake alone. Therefore, he had been preserving his strength. However, now that he had continuously used his trump cards, it was time for him to finally reveal his trump card. This final trump card was very strong, but it had a time limit. Therefore, he had to use it to defeat the 4 gods before it was exhausted. Lower deity. Lin Ling's soul power spread out like a tide as his eyes stared at the 4 gods. Lower deity, this was the strength of the 4 gods. In the 9 states, they were only below the 4 great deities. Although Han Xie and Luli Empress had also stepped into the ranks of lower deities and possessed divine origin and divine origin, it was obvious that the 4 gods' realms were more stable and they had cultivated for a longer time. Great Buzhou Mountain Pillar. At this moment, the Western Witch ancestor took the lead. He was like a giant with his hands raised to the sky. Lava flowed from the sky and turned into a huge lava pillar in his hands. The moment the pillar appeared, the island in the west immediately turned into a world of fire. Then he looked at Lin Ling and threw it over. Buzhou Mountain Pillar. According to legend, this sacred mountain was broken by the fire god Gonggong and the water god Zhurong. It was the pillar of heaven and earth and the support of the void great Tao. In ancient times, after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, there was the saying of Nuwa patching up the heavens. However, it was obvious that the giant wasn't holding the real Buzhou Mountain, but a wisp of Buzhou Mountain's will. However, because it came from ancient times, this wisp of will was extremely terrifying. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 Tao deities. 3,000 Tao deities. In the 9 states, there weren't many people who had more than 2,000 Tao deities, let alone 3,000. Moreover, the Buzhou Mountain Pillar carried the power of the witch ancestor and reached the power of 700,000 Tao deities. Rumble. When the Buzhou Mountain Pillar smashed towards Lin Ling, the cracked island cracked even more. In the sky, ancient red flames spread like the sunset. Although it was the most ordinary red, it was the most ancient flame of the fire god. When it rained down, it immediately drowned Lin Ling. After the flame of the fire god, a huge Buzhou mountain came crashing down. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. After all, Lin Ling was a new god and not a real god. This also made Nan Wufenyu roar, "Lin Ling!" He immediately wanted to help Lin Ling, but he was stopped by Lord Ning. Lord Ning's expression was cold and he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He appreciated Lin Ling and didn't want Lin Ling to die here. Unfortunately, the trouble Lin Ling had caused today was too big. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to report to Spirit Nation. Boom. However, at this moment, a ripple exploded from the rolling red flames. It was as if someone had punched the flames and used a powerful force to disperse the flames. Next, amidst the spreading flames, a young man in a gray robe shot up into the sky. He punched the sky, and with a single punch, Mount Buzhou was unable to fall. What? Seeing this shocking scene, the entire island was shocked. Under the sky, the gray-robed youth was incomparably cold. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. After punching out, another fist followed. It was like a meteor shower that smashed at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. With each punch, the island shook a little. Finally, with a boom, the huge Buzhou Mountain was forcefully broken. Broken. When Buzhou Mountain was broken, the explosive force was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pierced through the island's bubble and caused a large amount of seawater to pour in. The island was completely destroyed. Perhaps the battle of gods was just like this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth in the sky. At this moment, they were suffocating. Chapter 43:14. Trial Taker Lin Ling, I will represent the spirit kingdom and sentence you to death. In the west, the fire god ancestral sorcerer's long hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were filled with shock because Lin Ling actually broke through his Buzhou mountain. He rushed towards Lin Ling with large strides. Although Lin Ling had some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Ling was still not a lower god. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The huge palm was like a city as it rushed towards Lin Ling. The momentum was earth-shattering. Wherever the giant fire god ancestral sorcerer passed, the houses on the ground collapsed. Under his feet, it was like a volcano erupting. You can represent the spirit kingdom? However, before the fire god ancestral sorcerer arrived, a gray robe flashed and a sword fell from the sky. What? The fire god ancestral sorcerer's face changed dramatically. It was too fast. Before he could react, a sword slashed on his cheek and cut open his cheek. The powerful force sent the giant flying. He glided on the ground and disappeared into the distance. Looking at the ground, a ravine that was thousands of miles wide appeared. It stretched to the horizon and was terrifying. Gray robe Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Ning also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Ling in shock. What method did Lin Ling use to increase his strength so much? He could already fight against the ancestral sorcerer. No, he should be able to suppress the ancestral sorcerer. This must be fake. Even Luli Empress's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling could still become stronger. Now, his strength was the strongest under the 4 great gods. Among the 8 new gods, who could be his opponent? Lin Ling Dai. At this moment, a huge divine hound spoke in human language. It contained the sun and moon as it galloped in midair. It was like a tengu galloping towards the moon as it bit Lin Ling. This divine dog was like an ancient species. Compared to it, Lin Ling was as small as an ant. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His cold eyes stared at the divine dog that was pouncing towards him, and all the strength in his body poured into his left fist. Looking at the divine dog, he punched out, pouring out all his strength. Boom! The man and the dog collided in midair, and a terrifying gust of wind poured out, blowing countless houses on the island away like straw. The island, which was already in ruins, became even more scattered. Pung ping pung! The power of 800,000 realms, the power of 2,000 Dao gods, 7 Dantians, and the power of 7 divine embryos erupted. It was like a volcano that had been sealed away for many years had finally erupted. Woo-woo! The huge divine hound's teeth were shattered by a punch. The fist landed on its nose. It looked small, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The divine hound whimpered, its tail drooped, and tears flowed out. Then, it turned its head and wildly strung it up. However, just as the eastern divine hound retreated, a ferocious ghost monk came from the west. He silently chanted, and countless insects and ants flooded towards Lin Ling. From afar, the insects and ants were like a sea of clouds, but they were constantly squirming. It was very terrifying. And these were all goo. Compared to the goo in the land of eternal rest, they were undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Every poisonous insect came from the divine realm and was incomparably precious. Goo, invisible and colorless, could cause people to fall into the trap when they did not react in time. Therefore, Lin Ling also felt a sense of danger coming, but he had already activated his trump card. This trump card had a limited time, and if he could not deal a heavy blow to these gods, after they joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely suffer a huge blow. Come out! Lin Ling roared to the sky. The sound made the broken bubble in the sky crack even more. In Lin Ling's gray robe, mysterious ripples began to bloom, causing the void around him to distort and become illusory. However, no one could see this scene. They only saw the squirming sea of insects drowning Lin Ling. Some of the insects and ants were as thick as a finger, while others were as big as a speck of dust. It was simply impossible to guard against them. Boom! However, at this moment, there was an explosion in the sea of insects, and light bloomed. Then, the pitch-black sea of insects shot out light like sea urchins, and there were more and more of them. In the end, a terrible burst of divine power burst out and washed away all the goo. Looking carefully, one could see the gray-robed Lin Ling standing in midair. A large number of illusions appeared around him. There was a white Luai's god, a golden king man, a green Vajra, a Buddha dragon and a wind dragon, a boundless wonton above his head, and countless evil spirits and jellyfish behind him. The 7 divine embryos were all displayed. Buzz, buzz. Strange sounds rang in the sky above Lin Ling. It was as if the saints were singing, as if the gods were praying for blessings. He actually activated all the divine embryos and formed the scene of the gods descending. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanwufanyu were still fighting, but it was clear that their gazes were on Lin Ling. Even Treasure God Nanwufanyu, an old man who was very familiar with Lin Ling, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if they were looking at a dazzling star that appeared like a bolt of lightning and descended upon the Spirit Nation and the 9 provinces. This was because this was the first time they saw the descent of the 7 divine embryos. Even in the era of the gods, this was unprecedented. In the west, the ferocious old monk's pupils trembled. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, intimidated by Lin Ling's divine might. He didn't return to divinity, but he has the light of the gods. This Lin Ling is too strong. He also spoke in a solemn voice. This was because although Lin Ling seemed to be a martial god, his world essence was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than a god's. In addition to his physical body and powerful divine embryos, he could now truly become a god. Gray-robed Linling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? When the old monk was injured, an old voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was like the cry of a nighthawk in the night, making one's scalp tingle. The sky in the north was eerily silent. A lantern slowly floated over. At a closer look, an old woman was staggering over with a walking stick. She was holding a wooden bowl, and her hands were trembling as if she would die at any moment. This was Meng Pe, who guarded the northern island. Gray-robed Linling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? The old woman looked at Linling with lifeless eyes and spoke sharply again. Linling, who was among the 7 divine embryos, also looked indifferently at the old woman. He sensed a strange power spreading from the old woman's body. It was the steps of the gods. However, this steps of the gods was very strange. It didn't seem to be an attack type. Instead, it was like Linling's steps of wisdom, a soul-type sealing type. Now, Linling sensed that the strange power was spreading all around. It was formless and colorless, as if it was going to attack at any moment. Why wouldn't I dare? Linling raised his head and said proudly. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the next attack would come. Chapter 43:15. That's the datura flower. Could it be? The spectators in the distance were shocked. An old man murmured, that should be the bridge of helplessness. Crossing the bridge meant that one was dead and had to be reincarnated. Drinking Meng Po's soup meant that one had forgotten everything in this world. The endless night was like a tide that spread to the sky above Linling. When one looked at Linling again, he was already in front of the bridge of helplessness. An old woman handed a wooden bowl to Linling with a smile. Meanwhile, Linling's eyes were blank. After entering the bridge, he seemed to have forgotten everything and who he was. He only listened to Meng Pe. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Was the new god Linling going to be defeated? And that Meng Po's methods were too strange, it was simply impossible to guard against. Because, against Meng Po's bridge of helplessness, it didn't matter how strong one was. All methods would be suppressed. Steps of the god. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes narrowed. He was shocked at the power of the spirit kingdom because he knew that the 4 gods were only a part of the kingdom's strength. In fact, the spirit kingdom was already stronger than the void of the 9 continents. There were even more people in the void of the 9 continents with many cultivators with potential. It was just that they hadn't matured yet. Your power has weakened, you are worried about Linling. At this time, Sir Ning's voice came, Treasure God, you came with Linling today, do you think you can ruin my plan? Back then, you obtained her body and I obtained her heart. You lost to me and today you still lost to me. After Linling's death, everything you have done will be like a dream. You can't win against me. You will never win against me because she loves me. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes narrowed and his body inexplicably trembled. In his mind, he thought of that woman. She was also the wife of Nanhua Fengyu. However, he also knew that before marrying him, his wife was deeply in love with Sir Ning. However, Sir Ning was ambitious and only cared about his great cause. Nanhua Fengyu didn't care because he loved his wife. However, during the Battle of the Gods, his wife found out that Lord Ning was in danger, so she personally went to help. In the end, she died in the Battle of the Gods. When Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu rushed over, he saw his wife in Sir Ning's arms. At that moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing, as if there was no love left in the world. He didn't hate his wife because he knew that his wife had always loved Lord Ning. It was just that he thought he could use time to change his wife's mind. Therefore, he hated Minister Ning. Treasure God, you lost completely, huh? Lord Ning also laughed when he saw Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu's angry appearance. His laughter contained a trace of madness. Because in his heart, there was still something he hadn't said. Back then, the person who loved him the most had told him before she died that the reason she helped him was to end this grudge. She also said that the person she loved now was Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu. He had never said this to Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu because he also hated Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu for stealing the person he loved the most. Treasure God, I know you hate me and have always wanted to mess up my plans, But let me tell you, Spirit Country's footsteps will sweep through the entire 9 provinces. You have lost. Lord Ning's eyes were red as he shouted. He waved his hand with a tyrannical power, causing the sky to explode and the sea to flow backwards. You gambled everything on Lin Ling, right? Now you can watch as Lin Ling dies. Once Lin Ling dies, it means that you will never have her and will forever lose to me. Rumble. Under Lord Ning's attack, the island was on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Lord Ning to have such a grudge with that old man. Meanwhile, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu was trembling. Minister Ning's words made him remember the scene back then. The person he loved the most was held by Lord Ning, not him. Suddenly, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. He said word by word, I have not lost. The heavens have not abandoned me and the earth has not abandoned me. She must love me because Lin Ling will not die. This is a message she asked the heavens to send me. What? Lord Ning's eyes narrowed. However, Treasure God Nan Wufenyu didn't say anything and instead laughed. This laugh seemed to have removed the fetters of countless years. He finally realized that Lin Ling had a soul that surpassed the soul of a god. Not long ago, in the wasteland, it was Lin Ling who used his soul force to open the path to the 8th level. This also meant that Meng Po's steps of God could not affect Lin Ling at all. This also meant that the heavens were telling him that his wife must love him. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wufenyu laughing, Lord Ning was furious and his eyes subconsciously looked to the north. North, the bridge of helplessness. Lin Ling held Meng Po's bowl and placed it in his mouth. However, at this time, his eyes revealed a sharp light and a terrifying soul force suppressed. Meng Po, you are already old. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Drink this bowl of Meng Po's soup and the grudges of the mortal world will be forgotten. Lin Ling's voice carried a magical power as he handed over Meng Po's bowl. Meng Po's eyes narrowed at first, but under Lin Ling's voice, her eyes became vacant. At this moment, she was like a person lost in the world, looking for the end of the world to return home. She picked up Meng Po's bowl with her aged hand and drank it gently. Boom! This scene shocked the Spirit Nation. Lord Ning's face trembled and his eyes narrowed. A murderous aura erupted in his heart like a volcano. Did he lose? Did he lose? Or did Treasure God Nan Wufenyu already know that the woman loved Treasure God Nan Wufenyu the most? You lied to me. At this time, Meng Po, who drank Meng Po's soup, also reacted. She stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of anger. If I drink Meng Po's soup, my life will end here. The people I love, the people who love me, they will disappear from my world forever. However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly and then let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, not to mention Meng Po, even if the god of the underworld or the god of creation were here, they can't change me. I, Lin Ling, will not enter the 6th Dao, the underworld, or the mortal world. I am me and no one can bind me. Boom. Chapter 43:16. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's fist, the dark world in the north dispersed. A ray of light shone down from the sky as if it represented Lin Ling's heaven-defying heart. Meng Po was being stepped on by Lin Ling at this moment. She was being punched and kicked by Lin Ling, causing her to cry out in pain. It was as if Lin Ling was wreaking havoc in the underworld and destroying the heavenly Tao. A great calamity, a great calamity, a great calamity. In the distance, the experts of the Spirit Kingdom all had pale faces as they muttered this sentence. Lin Ling was definitely a great calamity for the Spirit Kingdom. What a great line. I want the heavens to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all Buddhas to vanish like smoke. Lin Ling, Quang Ba, Grandpa Treasure God will accompany you. Looking at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu, a heroic voice soared into the sky. This old man's aura suddenly increased as he borrowed the reverse flow of the sea to form a world of wind and rain, destroying the entire island. Lin Ling. Lord Ning also let out a ferocious roar. There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. 100 years ago in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had wreaked havoc there. Today, In the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling had once again wreaked havoc in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, could it be that he was the nemesis of the spirit kingdom, the nemesis of the world's will? Bang! 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 Endless sea water poured down from the exploded island. Outside of the island, a large number of blue giants quietly appeared. They were like heavenly gods and heavenly generals, casting their gazes towards the island. As long as the island was completely submerged, then they would attack and slaughter everyone on the island. Run! The sea water was like a heavenly river crashing down. The people of the spirit kingdom panicked and fled in all directions. They all knew that today, the spirit kingdom had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. At this moment, below the shattered island, a ferocious aura shot up into the sky. Then, a 300-meter-tall giant appeared. It was gray in color and gray fog constantly gushed out from its body. It had sharp teeth and claws, just like a yaksha from the underworld. However, it was not a yaksha because it was an evil spirit. Bang bang bang. It shot toward Lin Ling, killing countless experts along the way. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling. Giant ghost. However, Lin Ling had already sensed who it was. It was just that the palm-sized giant ghost had now become a giant. Haha. After the transformation, the giant ghost seemed to be even bolder and more domineering than before. It laughed loudly and said to Lin Ling, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately." Those blue giants are eyeing the island covetously. Moreover, I've already obtained the records of the 8 gods. Giant ghost, I've finally waited for you to come out. If you didn't come out, I would have been torn apart alive by the experts of the spirit kingdom. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Previously, he had used all of his soul force to confuse Meng Pe. This had caused the 3rd stage of the innate talent fusion to fade away. At that time, if an expert had come, they could have easily killed him. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting for a long time and had killed more than 1,000,000 experts. Lin Ling, you guys leave first. I'll find you in the future. When Nanwufenyu saw that Lin Ling was fine, he smiled and said, "This time, I fought alongside you and destroyed the spirit kingdom. This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." Lin Ling sat on the giant ghost's shoulder. He was so tired that he could not speak. He could only give Nanwufenyu a thumbs up and smile. To the underground palace. The giant ghost carried Lin Ling and flew towards the broken underground palace. Although it had been fighting with evil ghost for the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it had also been paying attention to Lin Ling's battle. Thus, when Lin Ling rushed into the island, it had also noticed. It also knew that God Emperor Zhang Gang was under the island. Voila! At this moment, the island was flooded with seawater. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and countless experts died within. In the sky, an arm formed from seawater was like fishing for fish. It scooped up the martial artists in the sea, and after it caught them, the endless seawater pressed down on them, forcefully squeezing them dry. They turned into blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As for the martial artists that had not died, they could not control their bodies and were sucked in by the endless whirlpools. When the giant ghost brought Lin Ling into the underground palace, there were swirling whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to be suppressing the water of the entire sea. They were extremely domineering, and even the physical strength of 500,000 worlds could not resist them. Hurry! Sensing this, the giant ghost's speed increased by a fraction. Giant ghost, save me, save me. In the broken ruins not far away, the whirlpool was tumbling, and a weak voice could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized giant ghost, and it was the evil ghost. However, the evil ghost was a little dispirited. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries when it fought with the giant ghost for the record of the 8 gods. Evil ghost, you'd better follow me obediently. But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was a transparent arm, and it suddenly grabbed the evil ghost and swallowed it. This scene was very strange. If that person did not make a sound, they would not have noticed it at all. This also shocked the giant ghost and Lin Ling. However, the whirlpools around them had already arrived, so they could not care less and madly rushed into the underground. Who is it? The giant ghost continued to shatter the surrounding rocks as it spoke in shock. It's Xianxia. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, that guy actually did not die, and it seems like he took advantage of the evil ghost's weakness to swallow it. Xianxia. Hearing this, the giant ghost could not help but shudder because he also knew that the evil ghost was indeed seriously injured and could be annihilated at any time. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, as the evil ghost's partner, Xianxia, not only did he not help, he even hit the evil ghost when it was down. Is this the greed of human nature? The 8 gods practice divine arts and question the human world. It seems that there is a reason behind it. The giant ghost muttered to himself, but when he saw Lin Ling on his shoulder, he smiled instead, and the gloomy thoughts from before disappeared with the wind. This was because his partner, Lin Ling, would not abandon him, and this was his honor. Previously, if Lin Ling had not fought for him and bought time for him, he might not have been able to successfully obtain the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's battle was also a fight to the death. How could such a person not be trustworthy? This also showed that he was luckier than the evil ghost because he knew Lin Ling and not Xianxia. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar in front of them. The giant ghost finally brought Lin Ling back to the previous void. When Emperor God Xiangang saw Lin Ling and the giant ghost, he immediately smiled. Chapter 43:17. Lin Ling, don't bother about me. Leave immediately. Emperor God Xiangang said immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued to examine the white chain. His eyes gradually became serious. Although his current level of spirit formation was very high, he could tell that the chain was not something that a mere spirit formation master could deal with. There was also the power of the spirit nation within it. It needed the power of the spirit nation. It had to be solved. Lin Ling obviously didn't have the power of the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, leave quickly. There's more and more seawater. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, God Emperor Xiangang seemed to have realized something. The little skeleton beside him also looked at Lin Ling. Although he didn't say anything, he signaled Lin Ling to leave. Giant ghost, do you have a way to bring the pillar away? Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the pillar in the void. Since he couldn't get rid of the chain, he might as well bring the person away with the chain. Let me try. Giant ghost nodded. He thought of something and immediately said, Lin Ling, wait for me. After saying that, he rushed towards the big hole in the sky and disappeared into the void. Lin Ling was confused. However, just as he was worried, there was a deafening roar above his head. This caused a large amount of seawater to enter the void. The void looked as though it was about to collapse. Giant ghost, if you don't come back, we will be torn apart by the huge whirlpool. Seeing that, Lin Ling was even more worried. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was the entire ocean of the 8th level. Even a god wouldn't dare to go against the might of the ocean. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Emperor God Xiangang couldn't help but say again. Kakaka. The little skeleton also blinked its skull and looked at Lin Ling with eager eyes. However, Lin Ling still said firmly, Emperor God Xiangang, back then in the starry sky forest, you helped me. Today, I must bring you away. If I abandon you and leave, I will never be able to live in peace. But God Emperor Xian still wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The rumbling sound in the sky gradually subsided. Then, a figure rushed out of the water. With a splash, the giant ghost appeared. Giant ghost! Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He was very tired now. If something happened to the giant ghost, he wouldn't be able to help. However, the giant ghost that had returned was clearly different. This was because it was carrying a massive stone tablet on its shoulder. It was the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this record of the 8 gods has the power of the void. Perhaps it can destroy that pillar. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he hugged the stone tablet and smashed it towards the pillar behind God Emperor Xiangang. Rumble. With every smash, the void trembled a little. God Emperor Xiangang's strength was sealed. However, he was still a powerful god. At this moment, he used all his strength and wanted to pull out the pillar behind him. The pillar was stuck in the void. It was very mysterious. Under the combined strength of the two, cracks appeared in the void below the pillar. Hurry up! Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the seawater that kept pouring down and became more and more uneasy. He didn't know how the island was now. However, he had a feeling that it had been completely destroyed. He would never have thought that because of his battle, the entire island would be destroyed. After this, the spirit nation would put out a bounty on his head. Hurry up! There seems to be a powerful existence in the sea. Lin Ling's soul strength recovered quickly. He could already sense the changes above him. He even sensed that there were many blue giants wreaking havoc on the island. Boom! At this moment, an arm stretched out from the hole in the void. It seemed to be fishing for something. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face changed. It was indeed a blue giant. Bang! Almost at the same time, the pillar behind God Emperor Xianxia was finally pulled out. After pulling out the pillar, God Emperor Xianxia's strength recovered rapidly. Although the chains still trapped him, it only brought him some inconvenience. Gang! He roared and his fist turned platinum. Then he looked at the void below him and smashed it. The little skeleton had also transformed into a skeleton king and was also smashing into the void. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the void like glass. However, at this moment, there were more and more blue arms in the sky. They were crazily fishing for something. Lin Ling was well aware of the strength of these blue giants. Even treasure god Nan Wufengyu was powerless against them, so even if God Emperor Xianxia was here, it would still be an arduous and unrewarding task. Let me help you. Lin Ling's body recovered a part of its strength. He held tyrannical song in his hand and smashed it into the void below him. This smash was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Space shattered and revealed a large hole, and the raging seawater surged into the hole. The speed of its impact was so strong that even an ordinary martial god would be forcefully torn apart. A huge whirlpool appeared and the seawater sucked Lin Ling and the others downwards. Just as they disappeared, a few huge arms came over. However, there was nothing. If Lin Ling and the others were a step later, besides God Emperor Xianxia, everyone would have died there. Rumble. In the whirlpool, even someone as strong as God Emperor Xianxia couldn't change anything. He could only go with the flow. Lin Ling could only hear a deafening sound. His body felt as though it was being torn apart and he gradually fainted. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of water ripples. The gentle seawater was like a woman's hand, gently caressing Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Lin Ling woke up and his face changed. He looked around and immediately realized that he was in a cave. However, there was seawater all around and seaweed was swaying not far away. At the bottom of the sea, a guess immediately arose in Lin Ling's mind. Lower your voice. Just then, two figures walked into the cave. It was God Emperor Xianxia and the giant ghost. They looked cautious. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly held his breath and suppressed his jie qi. His body was like a dead object. God Emperor Xianxia sensed the changes outside the cave. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Then he and the giant ghost looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You have been unconscious for a year. A year. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed his body and realized that he had unknowingly reached the peak of martial god realm. The jie qi in his body was rolling and it was 30% stronger than before. Chapter 43:18. Lin Ling was shocked. However, he couldn't be bothered to check the change in power. Instead, he looked at Emperor God Xianxia and the others. After all, he saw that Emperor God Xianxia and the others were cautious. It meant that there was definitely danger outside. A year ago, we were swept here by the whirlpool. This seems to be the lair of the blue giants. Looking at Lin Ling's gaze, Emperor God Xianxia said bitterly. Most importantly, these blue giants seem to be looking for us. The giant ghost floated to Lin Ling and turned into the size of a fist as he spoke helplessly. Seems like there's trouble. Lin Ling frowned. He knew the strength of Emperor God Xianxia and the giant ghost. If they had the chance, they would have left this place long ago. However, they were trapped here for a year. This meant that the bottom of the sea was filled with blue giants. What about Spirit Nation? Shaking his head, Lin Ling asked again. In this year, a large number of experts from Spirit Nation were swept into the bottom of the sea and died in the hands of the blue giants. This time, Spirit Nation's vitality was greatly damaged. However, half a year ago, Spirit Nation's great god came and saved the remaining people with supreme divine light. He then took them away. Emperor God Zhan Steel said. "Oh right, among those who were taken away, I saw Luli Empress and Han Xia. They didn't die." The giant ghost said to Lin Ling, Spirit Nation's great god is indeed powerful. He isn't afraid of the blue giants. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He remembered the man with the strange smile he saw back then. Then he asked, "Have you seen Grandpa Treasure God?" That god fought with Minister Ning. The battle was interrupted by the blue giants. The two of them are missing. They either died in the hands of the blue giants or escaped. Emperor God Zhan Steel said immediately. His words made Lin Ling worried. However, he couldn't help much now. Hence, he could only pray that Treasure God Grandpa was safe. Then, the three of them fell silent. Even if they were as powerful as gods, they felt as weak as ants in the 8th level of 8 Gods Heaven Palace. The 8 Gods Celestial Palace clearly hid the secrets of the era of the gods. Even in the era of the gods, it was no small matter. While they were silent, a sound came from outside. It was as if a blue giant had floated past, scaring Lin Ling and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fortunately, the bottom of the sea was vast, and there were many seaweeds and caves. Therefore, the giants did not notice Lin Ling and the others. After sensing that the blue giants had left, Lin Ling said softly, "Do you think these blue giants are looking for us? Otherwise, why would it not disperse for an entire year?" "That's possible. After all, the bottom of the sea is so big, and there are so many people who fell from the island. Why are they wandering around nearby instead of searching elsewhere?" Hearing that, Emperor God Zhan Gang nodded. "We can't go on like this. We can't be trapped here forever. Why don't we find a chance to escape?" Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. He felt that something big must have happened in the void of the 9 continents, so he wanted to rush back immediately. These blue giants are walking back and forth, but there is a pattern to them. We can give it a try. Emperor God Zhan Gang also agreed with Lin Ling's idea. The three of them waited for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, they all burst out with speed and rushed out of the cave. "Over here." Emperor God Zhan Gang let out a low voice. His body split the seawater as he shot towards the east. Lin Ling also activated his 3rd stage talent fusion. 15 world speed burst out as he followed Emperor God Zhan Gang with all his might. Looking back, the giant ghost had already transformed into the size of a human. Did it also burst out with speed? Splitting the water. The three of them were very fast. Like 3 white lines, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sensing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhan Gang were delighted. At this speed, they would be able to escape from the blue giant's encirclement in less than 5 minutes. But at this moment, there was a change in the water. The speed of the water suddenly increased. Then, behind the giant ghost, a huge blue palm grabbed the giant ghost's right leg. Giant ghost! This change was too sudden. Even though Lin Ling's soul power had locked onto the surroundings, he couldn't sense it at all. "Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhan Gang, leave quickly. Don't bother about me." After the giant ghost was caught, it kept struggling but it couldn't break free from the arm's restraint. Hence, it didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhan Gang. Bullshit. How could Lin Ling abandon the giant ghost? He stopped and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. He looked behind the giant ghost and slashed. "Lin Ling." Seeing Lin Ling stop, Emperor God Zhan Gang sighed. In the end, he decided to help. However, he knew that if Lin Ling stopped, he would most likely be surrounded by the blue giants and perish there. However, Lin Ling and the giant ghost had saved his life. How could he not help? Kakaka. The little skeleton beside him also turned into a golden skeleton king. It held a huge leg bone and smashed it behind the giant ghost. "Steal!" God Emperor Xianxia roared and punched out with his fist. The god's stairs revolved around his fist and formed a grayish-brown energy. It caused the sea to turn upside down and a vacuum zone appeared. Rumble! The three of them weren't weak. When they attacked together, their attack power was terrifying. Even a god would have to avoid it. When it landed behind the giant ghost, it finally forced the giant hidden in the sea to reveal himself. Furthermore, the giant's body was continuously smashed into pieces. However, the blue giant was also very strong. Its broken body was recovering with the help of the water. No wonder treasure god Nanwufengyu couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed terrifying. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment. Lin Ling knew that if the blue giant recovered, their previous attacks would be wasted. Hence, he also used the Stairs of Wisdom. The moment the Stairs of God appeared, it immediately sealed the blue giant and prevented it from recovering its injured body. On the side, Emperor God Xianxia was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the Stairs of God. Looking at its level, it wasn't weak at all. He knew very well that if Lin Ling's Stairs of God was an attack type, it would be able to kill the blue giant in one move. However, although the blue giant wasn't destroyed, it couldn't recover and looked a little weak. Die! Lin Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed his full strength, slashing at the giant with his sword. Emperor God Xianxia and Skeleton King naturally knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they attacked the giant as well. Boom! With an explosive sound, the gigantic blue giant was forcibly blasted apart, causing a terrifying whirlpool to appear in the sea. At this moment, the giant ghost broke free and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was delighted. He didn't expect the three of them to be so terrifying. They even killed the blue giant. One had to know that this was something that even Treasure God Grandpa couldn't do.